I knew she was doing one. I didn't. All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. It is the work session of the Board of County Commissioners for Tuesday, October 25th. We are now in budget season, and so periodically throughout our work sessions leading up until December and the actual adoption of the budget, we will be having lengthy budget discussions. So I'm going to turn it over to you, John, to turn it over to Connie to tell us what we're doing today.
Well, that is exactly what I'm going to do, is turn it over to Connie. Just a brief introduction. As we have in the past several years, we've built our budget around the core focus areas of our strategic plan. And we have 3 budget meetings around our 4 core focus areas, Today we'll be talking about the livable and supportive community core focus area, which is really about those contributions that we make in terms of our service to enhance public safety and livability in our community. And with that, I will turn it over to Connie.
Okay, thank you.
Connie Baker, Budget Director for Pickens County.
Thank you.
And we have department representatives here today to speak to you about their proposed 2017 budgets and the programs and issues that make up those budget numbers. The material for today's presentation can be found in your budget binders under the 6th tab, Livable and Supportive Community. And then there's important supplemental information that's in the Budget Profiles section of your budget binder. The budget profiles are an important complement to the material in the presentation. It goes into more detail for each department, what their trends and issues are, their outlook for the coming year and the next 5 years, and then at the end of each budget profile section there's an expenditure chart that gives a 3-year expenditure comparison and some more detail for each department that we won't go into in the presentation today. Links to all of these documents are also available on the Pickens County website, pickencounty.com. We always begin each budget presentation with our county strategic plan. The decisions that we make on how to allocate resources through the 2017 budget should be guided by the goals and values that are set forth in our strategic plan. So that's why we begin here. Today we're looking at the livable and supportive community section of our strategic plan. And there are 5 success factors listed that will help to promote a more livable and supportive community. The first is a sense of personal and community safety, then diverse and livable housing options, self-sufficient individuals and families, access to recreation, education, arts, and culture, and finally improved community engagement and participation. The departments included in today's presentation are housing, both APCHA and the Pickens County Housing Impact Fee Fund, public safety with sheriff, dispatch, and detention, community relations, the library, and then health and human services, which includes economic assistance and human services admin, public health and environment, senior services, and adult and family services. A few other areas that are included in this part of our strategic plan but won't be addressed today are the district attorney. They'll be here on November 15th to present their budget. The Healthy Community Fund, the Grant Review Committee, will also be here on November 15th to present their grant recommendations. And then the Ambulance District will present their budget on December 6th. I have a note here about the 9th Judicial District, which has been working on a proposal for pretrial services that they would like to have included in the budget. It is currently not included in our numbers. We're waiting to see their final proposal, but we've had some scheduling issues. I'm not sure at this moment whether it will be on December 6th or a different date that they'll be coming to you with that proposal. So this is a visual of the different 2017 proposed budgets that are included in this presentation. The total proposed budget for this section of our strategic plan is $37.8 million. And you see on the pie chart the different sections, housing being the largest with $11 million. That would be if we go through with different capital purchases of employee housing units. Public safety is the next largest with over $9 million. As you notice, Ambulance District is also very large this year. That's because the budget includes facility replacement. And then Health and Human Services would be the fourth, and library and so on.
Now, if we're following along, can you tell us which pages we're on?
Yes, so it's under the 6th tab in your budget binder.
Okay.
There's a tab today for livable and supportive community.
Okay, we're not under the profiles. There we go. Okay.
So this chart gives a 3-year comparison of expenditures, 2015 actuals, 2016 original budget, and then the proposed 2017 budget. This gets a little further down into the details than the pie chart on the slide before this, showing department by department what the expenditure breakout is, and a comparison then with prior years. In the budget profiles, in the other section in your budget binder, it goes even further into detail, breaking out each department into personnel, services, replacement costs, and so on. In the general fund budgets, we have broken out these different lines into operations and capital, just so that you can see a better comparison. Whereas in the other funds at the bottom of the chart, ambulance, housing, healthy community fund, and library, we have not broken out operations from capital. It is their total budget, as we will be breaking out that difference between operations and capital in the 5-year plans presented for each of these funds. The general fund departments total just over $14 million in the proposed budget, and then all funds combined $37.8 million. Are there any questions so far? Okay, we're going to go a little bit out of order this morning. We're going to skip ahead to the public safety section of the presentation. This addresses one of the success factors of our strategic plan, a sense of personal and community safety. Budget for this section is about $8.8 million, with $4 million for the Sheriff's Department, about $2 million each for dispatch and detention, and then District Attorney and Coroner. And with that, I'll turn the presentation over to our Sheriff, Joe DeSalvo.
Great.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Joey.
How are you?
Good.
First, why don't we start with congratulations to Steve and George.
On your imminent reelection.
On your reelection, George.
You didn't happen to know about it, George, overnight.
I appreciate you guys doing this again. And thanks to Michael, I wish he was here. I think the people of Pickens County owe him thanks as well for all his service.
He is attending the ACRA board meeting, so he is serving at this moment, just in a different
Good.
capacity.
As you could see, I don't think I have a lot of slides or presentations or bells and whistles. I prefer just to tell you guys what I've been up to and have a discourse about it. So let's start. This is basically a presentation on how I spent the money that you allocate for me in 2016. One of the biggest expenses we had this year was our jail remodel. The jail opened in 1984, and basically since 1984, except for the general maintenance and repair, we haven't done a lot in there. So we had, this spring, had moved all our inmates to Garfield County, and we had closed the jail for a period of about 5 weeks to do a complete remodel, which meant painting, carpet, new cameras, a general facelift of the whole facility that it badly needed. The good news about this is Sheriff Valerio housed our inmates at no cost for us, which may have cost us a lot of money, but he gifted us his space in his jail, and we housed everybody down there with almost no cost to Pickens County taxpayers. What we did do was, when we moved our inmates back, we bought everyone in the sheriff's office down there a barbecue meal, and I think that was fair trade for what they did.
If we said a thank you note, but I think
We did more than that. We sent food.
Barbecue goes a long way.
Barbecue goes a long way. So the jail remodel took some time. It was done. It's beautiful inside. It looks like it did the day it was open. I think it is features some better security in our cameras, etc. So just as we finished that project, we had what we call the Great Flood of 2016. One of our inmates decided to act out and knock a sprinkler head off the cell he was in, which caused a major flood in our jail that caused water to go down into our server room and basically take out all of our records management servers, 911 servers, communication servers. Everything that was located almost directly beneath this cell was soaked in water, taking us down. So I'll get more into the electronic side of this in a minute. But we had our brand new jail, and within a few weeks we had the carpet was under 3 inches of water. We needed to completely rehab it again. The good news is the water from the sprinkler was basically clean water. So it didn't do as much damage as we thought it would have to the facility itself, but it did play havoc with all of our electronics. The jail is an interesting place. I'm glad you guys came to see it after we remodeled it. But one of the things that routinely happens in jail is inmates like to screw around with the plumbing and or other things, and that inherently means that there might be some additional unforeseen costs. Don Bird will tell you that for some reason inmates like to clog up toilets, and that's one of the things we deal with. So those are unforeseen things that we deal with in the jail that may cost you money, and this was one of the biggest examples we could have. I don't know what the total cleanup cost us. I don't think the numbers are in yet. We've had a rash in the last year of inmates and arrestees tearing apart our property. And as I said, that's an unforeseen cost that is frankly the cost of doing business. I don't know how to prevent people that are in custody from acting out. George, a question?
I'm curious, Joe, is this, are you seeing this, are the Sheriff's Department seeing this as a trend, or is it just sort of an anomaly for us?
I would say in the past we got used to damage, but nothing this extreme. I mean, when we had our inmate tear all the padding off the walls and screw with the electrical system in there. That was one of the first times I saw that kind of extent of that. We've had broken glass, maybe a chair throwing a piece of safety glass and break that. But I would have to say this year, for some reason, I think we had 3 incidents of inmates causing some damage, and the most recent one, the Great Flood, was truly the most expensive one. We don't even know how much those servers are going to be yet. But a trend, I don't know, George. As we get into the presentation, I will tell you that I think I'm seeing a different kind of inmate than we've seen before. And I don't know if that is drug addiction and mental illness, which is plaguing facilities all over the country. And I think just now, the United States is realizing that we're storing mentally ill and drug addicted people in jail when they really shouldn't be. This community and this office has been saying that for 40 years. So I think that we were on to something, but still, after 40 years, the solution is elusive. There is no answer. So I hope it's not a trend, but we are seeing a different kind of inmate than we ever had before.
Joey, before you go on, let me ask a couple of questions on that one, maybe
Yes.
on other people's minds as well. Does our insurance cover any of that, and to what extent?
Yes, our Jimena is working right now on all of the different parts of the insurance claim for that incident. So there is a large part that will be covered by insurance.
Okay, and just kind of 2 other follow-up questions. Is there a main shutoff valve for the sprinkler system, or should we have one installed that would?
There is, even in the time it would have taken to get to the basement to do it. We still had an inmate acting out.
Yeah.
It was early in the, or late in the night or early in the morning, however you want to phrase it. He's acting out. This happened all at once, going down to shut off the water.
There's only so many people, so.
I don't know, it would have made much difference.
Okay. Well, it just might be worth looking at in the future. Should we install something on the main level that they could get to very quickly if this is a kind of consistent item?
So, Rachel, we're actually looking at installing more of what's called a pre-action system, which takes more than one head to go.
Okay.
We had installed it actually in several other rooms of the
That's right,
jail
except
that
for this
are
one.
more hardened. And this is one of those situations, I think, that Joe's talking about, where we had too many inmates with needs for those more hardened facilities, and we just didn't have them.
Okay, no, that's great explanation. I really just appreciate that we're looking forward to future precautions and things like
Yeah.
that. And then the last item would be, I'm just curious, and it may relate a little over to our district attorney discussion in the future, but when someone causes that sort of damage, does the insurance company go after them for repayment, or do we ask them to cover
Well,
that liability of what they created? Does it add on to their troubles, as it were, or do they just get to do that sort of damage and slide?
Well, they have criminal charges on them to start with. But I would tell you that I think in this most recent case, it would be like getting blood from a rock.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
I mean, we are not dealing with the type of people who would be able to write checks for this kind of damage.
Well, and I can appreciate that. That would be a working assumption. I just, my brother's an attorney, and there was something that was an issue, and he's like, well, go ahead and get the judgment, because you never know when someone's going to inherit $400,000 20 years from now, or whether they're going to win the lottery on a scratch-off ticket, or what. And just, you should get a judgment so that you can pursue that at an appropriate time. But it's just something for you and Peacock and the attorney's office and others to consider.
Right. I think they're aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
So we move on from the Great Flood. What happened was we also were moving our dispatch center this year, which was another big part of our budget. We moved from the existing, or we were going to move from the existing facility to the North 40, sorry, Connie. And that move was scheduled for about now, mid-November or so. After the flood happened, I have to give unbelievable credit to the team that is, and I don't know how much you're aware of this, I know we recognize some employees for this, but just to let the people at home and you guys understand what happened in an incredibly short period of time. The flood happened and we were down. I mean, we were having trouble dispatching 911 calls, records management. And the team that is under Phyllis Matthijs, basically our communications and electronics guys, all got together and in a period of 48 hours moved the entire comm center from the city of from downtown Aspen to its existing location at the North 40. That move was supposed to take 3 weeks. They did it in 24 hours. They worked nonstop, or 48 hours. They worked nonstop. One of our vendors, ProVelocity, who does most of our computer maintenance and repair, the owner was willing to fly his own aircraft to, I think, Minnesota to pick up a server. The combined effort to get this up and running. And what's most miraculous about it, at least to me, is during this period that looked like a mad scramble to me out at Mountain Rescue while we were trying to put this together, the public didn't notice a thing. There was not a skip of a beat in service or interruption of service to the people of Pitkin County. And I just thought it was an extraordinary effort that we did this. And I'm very proud of that. Phil, as I said, Phyllis, Ryan, Keith, we call them the three Jeffs. There's three guys who work in tech services, all happen to be named Jeff. They pulled together and worked through the night and were exhausted and did it. And I think we owe them thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Dinner.
I'm sorry, Patty?
Barbecue dinner.
Yeah.
Or more.
So that is basically some of the big unexpected expenditures that we had this year. Now on to our budget. As usual, I'm not asking for any major increases this year. I like to think that I am responsible with the money that you give me every year. And I especially think that Ron Ryan and Don Bird are very responsible with the money. Both are more responsible than I would be. Frugal is sometimes a word I would use, but I think they do an unbelievable job of managing our budget. So, long story short, I'm not asking you for any more money that is significant enough. I think our increases might be between $20,000 or $30,000 for this year, and I'll explain where that could be going to in a few minutes. So I do believe in fiscal responsibility. I also believe that when I need something, I think you guys will respond as you have in the past. I'm not frivolous. I don't have a boat or a helicopter or some of the cool toys that other departments have that, frankly, I'm not sure they're necessary for them. But I like to think we're very responsible with it, and you guys reward us in the way of salary and compensation. So thank you for that. One of the updates I do have for you, or one of the issues that's happening in Pitkin County now, is at our dispatch center, we are having a heck of a time trying to find employees to work there. Not only did this flood affect them, but this staff is running at about 40% short of employees and have been running that way for a year and a half or 2 years. To be short almost 50% and work and cover these emergency shifts is amazing. We've been without a comm director, a communications director, for almost a year. Alex Burchetta, my director of operations, stepped in and he did the juggling down there and kept this skeleton crew together, and they've been doing a great job. But I'm happy to announce that we did find a communications director in our own backyard in Grand Junction. He's a guy named Brett Loeb, who actually lived here for 14 years. I love to hire local people. It's almost exclusively what I would like to do. So I do consider him a local find. He's very knowledgeable. He's got a specialty area, if you will, in training, retention, and finding employees. So I'm looking forward to him. Right now we have, I think, 5 or 6 openings, and with 4 applicants. So I encourage anyone, if you're listening and you would like a good paying job in helping your community, the Pickens County Regional Dispatch Center is looking for employees. But we're having a hard time filling these positions, and they are essential for public safety. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the next 6 to 8 months brings us with a new comm director who has new ideas for training, retention, and recruiting.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Let me ask Joey, I did notice that the 2017 budget for dispatch has been increased about $260,000. Is that so that we can have a better salary range for retention for these individuals, or is that part of the capital still of settling in?
Yes, so part of it is for increases in salaries, both for the new director and overall. Part of it is the issues that we're seeing with our classification and compensation study of where ranges are. What do we need to set our minimum at in order to be able to even attract employees to work for us? So that is part. They have not really had any increases in expenditures or line items, but what we have done is shift some expenditures that used to be paid out of the 911 fund into dispatch. And then we've also shifted more of the revenue from the 911 fund also into dispatch. So it looks like an expenditure increase. It was about $154,000 that the shift encompassed. But there's an equal amount of revenue going with the expenditures. So that's the main part of this change in budget.
And we just had a conversation last week about the every 911 call right now, the comm center receives $1.25. And I think the max is $1.75 per 911 call. We are right now discussing whether or not we want to raise that fee or not. The comm board is doing that. So that could increase our revenue somewhat next year. But that's just a discussion right now.
George, I think you're going to ask the same thing, but who does that fee come from?
The user.
The user,
Every
so
time
it's
you
on your
pick up
phone
a
bill.
phone and dial 911, it costs you $1.25.
Now, I see Phyllis shaking her head behind you now.
No?
I believe it's it's not per call,
call,
but
sorry,
per
per
line.
line.
So per
It's
whether
an automatic charge, isn't it, into this fund?
Yeah, when you see your cell phone bill or your home phone bill, there's a part that has surcharges at the end of it. And so it's not by call. You are not specifically charged if you call 911. But just the fact of owning a phone, you do pay into a contribution for 911 service.
Did we just recently, in the last few years, raise that?
We've raised it a few times in the last 3 or 4 years.
It was a number of years ago, though. It could have been 4 or 5 years.
Maybe it was 4 years ago we raised it. But
It's a future discussion.
I forget,
It's
it
not
is the
something you're
max
proposing
one.
now.
The maximum is
75.
175, and we're at 125
And some
right
communities, I think, are pressing that above 175, but we're not there yet.
And we're not proposing that this year, so we'll have a further discussion.
No, and that's a comm board decision.
Okay.
I don't know that it makes it to your level, or does it?
I am not sure.
I don't think it
I
does.
seem to recall us seeing it before, so
remember
maybe
the
it does. But
conversation, yeah.
but again, we'll find, it's not
Yeah.
germane to today. Thanks for that information. Did anybody else have any questions on the presentation so far? Okay, please proceed.
I've only got another 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, good,
So
good.
just sit tight.
That's Dan Blankenship's joke. You know, you can't steal Dan Blankenship's joke.
Keep Joey in that chair for 2 or 3 hours. That would be amazing.
So now I'll go on to some of the issues that I'm having in my department that may affect you guys in the coming year, if not next year. I'm going to start with the jail. I think we have a unique jail, and we treat our inmates with dignity and respect, and as I said before, we're seeing a different kind of inmate. We're seeing more mentally ill inmates, more drug-addicted inmates. This translates sometimes into longer stays for us. I mean, we've got people in there that are looking at a couple of years, and they're still pre-sentenced. These people are not been sentenced to our jail. They are in the system, and they are navigating it, but incredibly slowly. And a lot of these people are the mentally ill types. And so they're longer stays. Without getting too specific, I have one inmate that requires almost 24-hour surveillance by a deputy. This is a staffing issue for me right now. I am having some difficulties managing staff and managing these high-maintenance inmates that I have. So I'm going to make a run at moving some pieces on the chessboard around this year and working with scheduling and seeing what I could do with existing staff to manage some of these problems. But as I usually do, I think it's fair to, no pun intended, give you guys a warning shot that next year I'm probably looking at an increase in jail staff. I think I'm burning my candle at both ends with these people, meaning my own. It's high liability if one of these people hurts themselves or hurts one of my deputies. I said it before in the last few weeks. What keeps me up at night is losing one of my deputies or losing an inmate. I feel I take my responsibility as a innkeeper of the jail to keep them safe. And if one of them hurts themselves or hurts one of my deputies, it will be a real problem for me emotionally. So I'd like to do everything I can to prevent that. And as I said, I'm going to get creative in the next 365 days. But next year, you may see a staffing increase for the jail, and that's based on some of the issues that we're having nationally that are still affecting us tremendously here.
Joey, before you move on to your next topic, let me ask, do we have or would having some mental health professional integrated into the jail, I don't know, for 3 times a week visits or for, would that help? Is that something that we need to start considering in a different way of what a jail had been in the past?
We have that right now. We have a person that comes in, I think it's 6 hours or so a week, Don?
Yeah, it's 6. It's actually 12, but some of that's devoted to administration of the program. But yeah, it's 6 to 10 hours a week.
So if you're an inmate, you can get one-on-one time with a counselor in there. It's voluntary. So we do have a program like that. And, not to keep harping on this, but some of these people have bigger problems than an hour a week.
Sure.
But yes, we are doing that. I think Richard Pryor's program this year, that he's implementing I can't speak for him, but I'll call it a mental health officer, more or less. He's going to have somebody out on the street that might be better trained to deal with people that have mental illness. So we're doing the best we can, but there's still so much more to do. I mean, I have said it, and it usually gets me in trouble. I wish this community would look at mental illness the way we look at the arts and funnel some of that money to the people who need it here. It is, I'll get on a soapbox, but only for a second. It's staggering to me that we have the people, not only the people in jail, but people who are working for a living that are having some pretty significant issues that just can't get the help they need here. And I'm doing the best I can. I know you guys are, but it's not enough. So
Thank you.
Step down off the soapbox for now.
I know through NACO and the National Association of Counties, it's a huge problem everywhere right now.
It really is, and I don't know why we don't take it as serious as any cancer or anything else that we have. The next thing I'd like to talk about for a second is we all know that we live in a community that wildfire is a reality to us. Certain emergencies are out there that we just can't account for when they're going to happen. Whether it is a large investigation, a wildfire, a flood in the jail. I think I consider myself very lucky that between the five of you and John Peacock, you've set aside $75,000 to $100,000 for me to fight a wildfire before it gets out of hand. I think that money's essential. I haven't touched it yet, but it feels so good to know it's there, and I need to say thank you for that. When I go to sheriff's conferences and they're looking at initial attack and they get behind the 8 ball on this, and the next thing you know, the fire's bigger, and we're in this 24-hour cycle before we can get some significant help. It helps so much to say, I've got $100,000 to help fight this fire before it gets out of hand. So I always remind you that you've put that aside for me, and I can't tell you what it means to us to have that as a community. I think it really could head off a disaster for us. On that note, we did some mitigation last year. Valerie, our emergency manager, did some mitigation. Mountain Valley, east of town, we did Red Mountain the year before that. So I think we're doing the best we can to keep the fuels low in these areas.
So, can I ask?
Please.
You technically, I think throughout the state, sheriffs are the fire wardens or fire marshals.
Fire warden.
It came up yesterday at the conference that I went to, talking to a state legislator who was there, and it came from a county commissioner from El Paso County, about how maybe we needed to look at that. And actually, it might come up this next year at the state level to discuss maybe having it that there actually is a separate person within the county that has that, wears that hat. So I just wanted to let you know that discussion could be coming up this year.
Some of those counties' commissioners are responsible. I joked that I think in 1865, when they were coming up with the sheriff's duties, whatever was left, I think they threw it at the sheriff. Because fire warden and some of the other things I have statutory responsibility for, I just think they said, who's left, give it to him.
Well, so that may be coming up this year, so I just wanted to let you know
that's
that.
fine. I mean, Patty, I have no ownership to any of my duties. If anyone else wants them, they can have
I'm
them.
more than happy to give them away.
Okay.
The other minor increase that we're going to have that you really shouldn't see is police officer standards are going up. The state is putting more demands on us to be better trained. Each officer is expected to do 24 hours mandatory ongoing training, plus whatever training I mandate them to do. And that costs money. That costs overtime, et cetera. So that's an increase that I had not anticipated. The other thing is hiring new employees got more expensive. POST, which is police officer standards organization, now we have to have every new hire go through a psychological test, which I'm all for, and a physical fitness test. But just for the medical end alone, runs us about $1,000 to $1,500 just to get a police officer through the new standards that are put out there. And that too has led to increase in overtime. I mean, when I have this, we have 4 quarters a year that we do our training. And sometimes we have to do that training with overtime, and that's an expense. But as I said, I'm really trying to keep a rope around my budget. I'm coming to a close if there's any questions.
Patty?
Yeah, I was out at Public Works last night in the dark and noticed the whole line. I think there were 8. Are those the new sheriff's cars lined up?
I don't know what you saw, but
They look pretty clean and shiny. Are we in the process of transferring over from old cars to new cars?
yeah, the summertime is usually the turnover, so you might see the new cars and you might see the old cars getting ready to be stripped.
So we strip them and then sell them at the auction?
Sell them at auction.
Okay, and then that money goes back into the fleet fund?
Yes.
Okay, good, just was wondering, because I thought,
And
on duty, because all the cars were parked there.
we got great equipment. I'm telling you, we got nice equipment.
I felt very safe in the dark at Public Works last night.
Okay.
So that's almost it for me. I do think I owe Connie thanks, and I have to tell all of you guys how great she is and all the stuff that she's done for us over the years. And I think she's been wearing two hats for a few months.
Yes.
And I'm glad we have Ann coming on, and that's going to help all of us out. So I think it's an exciting time for us. I'm happy. I could be happier and with some things, but you're always generous to me, and I really think that, and I don't need to keep repeating this, but I do think I am responsible with the money you give me. I think it's been 3 years or so since I've asked for any significant increase. I'm aware of it. I think the building is on all our minds right now, and I can't tell you how responsible I think we're being with that, and you are. That's a major expenditure, but I think it's going to be something that this community is going to benefit from for a long time.
I agree. Let's go with George, and then Patty, and then I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you saw your hand.
Just a comment, Joe, and I don't know whether you've had time to look at the recent community survey that we did, but accolades to you and to your department, because the Sheriff's Department rated extremely high, favorably response in terms of being available, having a presence, quick response, and your community really feeling safe because of your presence. So thank you all in your department for that.
Thank you, George.
Well said, George. I appreciate that.
Thanks, George.
The one question I wanted to ask, we've all been reading about the opioid kind of epidemic around the country. And, you look at some of these states and the statistics for overdose deaths in the course of a year or a 3-month period are just amazing. And I'm wondering, I'm sure I can't pronounce it right, the antidote, the revival that stops us. Do we stock that, and do our sheriff's officers carry that, or should we begin to?
Narcan?
Fentanyl, I think fentanyl.
Narcan.
No, it's not fentanyl.
Narcan.
Narcan.
A lot of sheriff's officers are wearing little packs with the antidote in it.
Yeah.
Just haven't seen it around here yet.
Okay.
At that level. I thought we did have a couple of meth cases, and one turned out not to be at all.
Yeah.
So at this point, I'm not seeing that level of change.
Okay, well, I would just like to kind of put a word in that feel free to come back if you feel that is something that you're going to start needing. I just read a terrible story last night of a new drug that is not technically illegal, even though it's an opioid. States are moving to do that, and it's called Pink, and people are buying it from China. And 2 young kids in Park City, Utah, died within 2 days of each other. And 16, 17-year-olds buying it off the internet, anybody with a credit card and a stamp. And we just see that throughout the communities, and I want to make sure we're prepared before something like that happens. So please take a look into that.
That's a good point. And in some communities, even the elected officials, like the mayors, are carrying it.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's so rampant in the communities.
Massachusetts and some of these
Cape Cod
places
area.
are terrible. I mean, you just see terrible things on the internet about it. People passed out in their car from a shot, and then their kids bouncing around in the back seat who's 3 years old, or someone who passes out in the middle of the Dollar General store, and the little toddlers kind of pulling on the mom to try and say, wake up. And I just don't want our own people to arrive on the scene and then not have what they need to save a life. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Then we'll move on to the next
Thanks,
person
Joey.
on the hot
Was I on?
seat. Or any wrap-up, Connie, that you need to.
You did just great. Thank you.
Thank you
You
all.
can have a donut on your way out, all of us.
I'm good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So we're going to move back in our presentation to the housing section of our presentation. We have Mike from the Aspen-Picken County Housing Authority here to speak with you this morning.
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 Hi,
Thanks, Mike.
how are you?
Good. How's everybody this morning?
Doing well, thanks.
Good.
Understand understand you took a little tour of the valley this morning.
I took a little tour, yeah. Well, I commute in from Willitson, so I just made the inappropriate assumption that you're going to be having it at the Basalt Library since the offices are now down there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. No problem.
So I apologize.
Not at all.
being a
No
little
problem
late.
at all.
And we should also note that you got your first buck?
Oh, elk.
Oh, elk.
Yeah, bull elk.
Bull elk.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Back in my backyard.
Yeah. Capitol Creek up in
Good
that
for you.
area.
Congrats.
Thank you. So, I don't have a presentation, but I imagine you've been supplied with the proposed 2017 budget, which, as you can see there, 21% increase over 2016. There's the city's finance department, which manages and puts together the budgets for the various properties, including the 620 fund, the Housing Administration Fund, which we're here to talk about today. There's that 3% inflationary increase, and then on top of that, there's an additional increase to the Housing Administration budget, and I want to kind of come and talk to you about that today. So just to give you a little background, the city's finance department asked APSHA to examine the way it's been charging property management costs to the Housing Administration Fund, to the 620 fund. The City of Aspen Finance Department believed the practice of charging housing funds, the various property budgets, so Smuggler, T1, Truscott 1, Truscott Phase 2, Aspen Country, and Marolt. They believed all those 5 properties with their individual budgets were being double billed, so to speak, both through direct billing for labor, which is customarily how it's been set up, and through a management fee, which previously it's been, or historically it's been, at least in the since I've been here and before that, 5% annually. And again, they considered this this amounted to a double billing or double charging of the 5 properties that APSHA manages. So the city came to APSHA and said they would like to simplify the charging of the property management expenses incurred by the properties by eliminating altogether direct billing. In other words, APSHA would bill the individual properties for labor time. They want to eliminate that, and they would rather go to a fixed property management fee structure. And in this case, across the board, other than for T2, and I'll go into that in a moment, for now, for 2017, the property management fee would go from 5% to 12%, and that's based off of gross rents. So under the proposed 620 Housing Administration Fund budget, you'll notice the management fees under income go up over $205,000. I don't know if you happen to have.
We don't.
Did the budget office supply the?
You can put it up on the screen.
I can get you a clean copy. Let me get you this. This is a cleaner. Do you have a? Okay. Wonderful. Let's use this then. Right here. That's nifty.
I guess while you're waiting to set this
Yeah.
up, a quick question, Mike or Connie or Phyllis. So, Mike, when you said that the city has come up with this recommendation in terms of how you're going to look at different billing for the property management companies or the properties.
Properties.
What role has the county played in those discussions, if any?
Reviewing the proposed budget and the changes to the way they want to reimburse. It used to be on a reimbursement basement. You, for example, you can see maintenance reimbursement there, halfway down or 2/3 down the page, the budget, and so everything, labor, administration, qualifications, management fees would be reimbursed. So The 620 fund, APSHA's budget, primary budget, would bill the individual properties, the 5 individual properties, for labor expenses associated with qualifications, administration, and management. And so, and then on top of that, there was a 5% management fee. And the city felt as if that was, we've been double billing the properties. We've been overcharging the properties
George, let me jump in.
over time.
I think maybe the bottom line of, is it a wash to the overall operating fund of the housing office, or are we all subsidizing the housing office itself more because you're not receiving as much reimbursement anymore from
Good question. And yes, so really it gets to that. So I was going to get to, my comment was, so the net effect is an 18% increase in the subsidy for the city and the county, plus a 3% inflationary factor increase. So,
Well, that's kind of, again, I think what George
No,
is
no,
getting.
no. My question was, again, this seems like this is being at least proposed by the city. And my question is, has the county been involved in these discussions, and does the county agree with the direction?
Of increasing our contribution.
Or is this just coming from the city, and this is the first time the county
well,
is?
yeah, under
hearing
the
about this?
intergovernmental agreement, the city has control over the books. So we've presented it to County Manager Peacock, but no. The county wasn't involved in the machinations of how to restructure it, if that's the question, because it was the city's finance department coming to APSHA saying, hey, we feel as if the properties are being overcharged, have been overcharged for some time. We want to correct that. We want to make sure that we're going to a more simplified structure, billing structure, and we just would rather do that through a flat management fee instead of direct billing the properties.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that concept. The flaw I'm seeing is, as a county is an equal partner in APSHA, it seems like that we should be involved, our staff should be involved in those discussions.
Yes.
That's completely a legitimate question and concern. I don't know if the IGA gives that to you the way it has been negotiated. And again, the intergovernmental agreement that governs APSHA, it does give authority and discretion to the city to oversee the finances and to work with APSHA directly. Just like we're technically City of Aspen employees. So I don't want to sit here and defend the IGA, but it's the structure we live under currently, and it is a policy question, certainly, whether you want more input on that or not.
I think that part of the challenge is that for the city, they have the Wheeler real estate transfer tax, which we are by law not allowed to ask the public for something like that, and they have a dedicated sales tax. I think most of that's going towards childcare now, but I don't think the city wants us to go out with a countywide sales tax that would supersede theirs. So all our contribution comes from our general fund.
Correct.
And theirs does not. And so to say, oh, the fees are going up 18% out of the Wheeler RET, that's not a big deal. To see the fees going up 18% out of our general fund, that's a very big deal.
I understand.
And I guess what I would like to wonder is, it gets back to setting what that fee was. If the fee was set at 13% or 14% rather than 12%, what would that do to the increase for the operating costs? Because it sounds more like cost shifting now without the backgrounding to say that these properties were, quote, really truly overcharged. It'll certainly help the balance sheet of those properties to be paying less for their management. And so we're seeing they're getting to improve the balance sheets on long-term rental properties, which may need it for the capital reserves and everything like that. I'm not disagreeing. But then, again, it's a cost shift to other funds that we may be able to handle this year, but I'm not sure we'll be able to handle in future years, especially as other improvements to your office are needed.
Sure, I understand, and it is mostly I don't want to say it's a net zero effect. There has been an impact. because now the 620 fund is incurring more of those costs.
620 fund is a city fund?
Is the Housing Administration Fund. That's what you both the city and the county contribute equally to annually on a subsidy basis. So for the 2017 proposed Housing Administration Fund budget, 37% of the revenues generated are generated by subsidy, and then 63% of the revenues generated are generated by APSHA fees on the sale of properties, on rental applications, on requalifications fees, and so forth. But and also we are incurring additional labor costs. So we're continuing to restructuring. We restructured the property manager role. We used to have 2 co-equal property managers, which we thought was didn't make a lot of sense, and so we created a senior property manager because of the level of experience and qualifications it requires and professionalism, and we created we classified, the other property manager position into an assistant property manager, so somebody we could groom and retain and hopefully move into the senior property manager role over time. But so there are additional labor costs added to this budget than there were over last year due to some restructuring changes, and similar to what the sheriff had indicated in his previous presentation, it's very difficult to find good qualified people and to attract them, let alone retain them. And so we felt as if we needed to, from an operational business standpoint, had to restructure our property management side. In fact, last year we eliminated a mid-management level position altogether to try to do some of this restructuring and try to squeeze some efficiencies out of the operation and out of the people we do have.
So you're saying your property management expense actually went down for 2017, or it's going up?
It's going to go up because...
But then again, why isn't it charged back to the properties they're managing as opposed to impacting your overall operation?
It is through a property management fee at 12% that's been set. So it goes up from 5% to 12%. But the problem that the finance folks had is that they felt the way we've done it in the past.
I understand they didn't like the previous, but
Yeah.
I'm just still saying.
They thought we were double
perhaps the
dipping,
ratio
basically.
of 13% would have meant less increase to the subsidy. And we're not part of that discussion in any way, shape, or form to understand that difference. And I personally would like to see that revisited at some
Okay.
level.
Yeah, and I hear you because I'm not opposed to that. Because we were asked, that's fair, because we were asked to do some scenarios and try to do some homework on looking at the market, but there's no comparable market participant in the Roaring Fork Valley that manages. We have a lot of property managers, but nobody who
Who has to qualify people,
Yeah.
qualify people, and these other
Exactly, and
activities.
we're dealing with obviously rent controlled properties, but also rent controlled through the low income housing tax credit. We directly manage 2 of those. Truscott 1 and Aspen Country Inn, but then there's the Maroon Creek Club as well, which is a tax credit property. So that adds some additional complexity. So it is. We were even having difficulty trying to find comparables, fee structures, because we were asking around the professional property management community, and they said, well, here's what we charge. We're on a cost basis, et cetera, but nobody does what you do in the valley, and so it's very difficult to nail it down, so to speak. So I'm sympathetic to what you're saying.
I think we should look at it again, and again, I realize it's a discussion between our board and the city finance department, but again, it seems to me that the property should be managed to such an extent, or the fees, that it's covering itself as opposed to pushing into a subsidy, because we're indirectly now subsidizing rental projects that we have no control over or no input to, and that's the problem with this approach.
Can you just put a clarification for
Sure.
me? And I'm sorry I've forgotten this, but the Smuggler Apartments, aren't those owned by APSHA?
Those are the only ones we now own.
Right, so that's brought into this mix too, so now we're subsidizing a rental unit that's owned by APSHA? It is,
At some level. with the
At some
larger
level,
amount.
you are subsidizing part of the operations.
is that also of interest, because we have really no input or anything into the management of those apartments. So I think Rachel's right, and we need to see if John Peacock may have had, sorry, he's not here, he had to be called away, but if he had some input into this discussion that we just aren't aware of.
He didn't. I mean, I can tell you.
So I think we need to.
Just like we were.
Yeah, if we're being asked to increase our ante, I think we need to have a broader discussion.
And that's-
we may
that's fair.
agree totally at the end of the day, but I think we just need to we need to better understand it, I think.
And it is complicated,
It's
even
very
for us on our side. When you're dealing with not only the 620 fund, you have 5 different funds for the properties, not to mention the 150 fund, which is the development fund, which we don't control. The city does, of course. That's where the real estate transfer tax
right.
dollars go to. Since APSHA is no longer technically in the development business, only indirectly through partnerships and such. But I do want to say that we did recommend, APSHA said, and we want to increase fees slightly. Given my druthers, I'd probably even increase them more. But we are in along 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 7 out of 12 fees we are going to increase. Taking the sales bid fee from $5 to $10, for example, and
I'm sorry, what was that?
the sales bid fee, for example, we're doubling that. A lot of the fees that we have in place haven't been changed.
So this is the application to go into a lottery.
Exactly. And then also the initial rental application, both for managed properties, APSHA managed properties, and non-managed properties. In other words, privately managed properties. And then the requalification and then the annual rent application fee are going up about 20%, so from $40 to $50. But again, a lot of these fees haven't been increased in years, and I'm sorry, I wish I brought that slide. I probably do have it somewhere on my computer, but we presented a month or two back to some city officials that arguing that we should have our fees help subsidize some of this, because it's only fair, in my opinion, that the customers help pay for it because they're benefiting from it.
You may get to this, but in looking at the Housing Fund 5-year plan, I just have a question. Under maintenance and repairs management fees.
That's the county housing impact fee
Okay.
fund. That is not APSHA.
Okay,
in
because
your
I'm going,
presentation.
okay, thank you.
We'll be
'cause I'm
getting to
going
that in a minute.
46,000 to 700,000.
Oh, we'll talk about
Okay.
that in a minute.
Thank you. I turned a page early.
That's not your budget.
Okay, that's fine.
You're off the hook on that one, Mike.
But we haven't.
This increase has been budgeted into the county's general fund. It is included in our general fund and 5-year plan.
Yeah.
And we haven't we'll be discussing this with City Council next Tuesday.
So it's a 21% increase for 2016, and then 3% is what we're budgeting after that.
That's right.
Although, Mike, you kind of alluded to the fact that you might see future years increases beyond 3%.
Well,
Or need to accomplish your job.
yeah, I was thinking about, when thinking about having this conversation this morning, I know in the short run, ultimately, APSHA is a victim of its complexity and its largesse. We have a substantial inventory of deed restricted units that we're authorized to oversee and enforce. It, quite frankly, has become unmanageable because I don't believe, looking at the 20 or 21 months I've been here, and looking at the history of APSHA, I don't believe a commensurate amount of investment has been made in operations relative to the investment made in development. So here we are now 40 years later with nearly 3,000 deed restricted units, but yet the community never put a commensurate investment in operations. Now, I'm not necessarily advocating adding people, However, it might require that in the short run to achieve becoming more lean in the long run, because that is the goal of my operational effort on behalf of APSHA, is to really increase efficiency on behalf of the program through technology. And we need to implement that technology because, quite frankly, we're operating on a system that is a quarter century old. It runs well, all things considered, but it doesn't run well for 2017 and beyond. And as we continue to add more inventory to the affordable housing program, as well as try to manage existing inventory and get a handle on deferred maintenance and issues like that, it's going to be all the more important that we really get a handle on our inventory and be able to manage it in a real-time, accurate, reliable way, so that we can provide you information at the touch of a button, and you can get information from us at the touch of a button without a whole lot of brain damage trying to pull information together. So,
I would just add that we're aware of, say, even just coming from our clerk's office, that they were dealing with older blue screens and programs that were probably close to a quarter century old as well, and that the need to modernize and increase, I think that the capabilities is something everyone's asking for. Period. Just as if we've updated our web page presence and things like that to really be more customer friendly, user friendly, to be able to pull out the data points that you need as you move forward. So I have no question about that, and would want to see that sort of thing going forward. But I do think that, as we look at the longer term future, this is really beginning to raise governance issues, the same way that we've seen with our, as a county, our Health and Human Services and who's delivering those, and our Board of Health. And, I see that happening literally across so many areas, where we kind of had a nice kind of small town 90s approach maybe, and now we're approaching 2020, and it just may or may not be really keeping up with the demands of the public and the pace at which things move now, and expect transactions to move now, and be able to really have the computer programs to give you the information. But I don't believe that in the long term our county general fund can be or should be without equal share of the governance of the challenges. And so that maybe there's a future 2017 really sit down with the city council and we can talk about it, because I do recall and live through and participated in the time periods when the housing office both had a development capacity, which, for the county, that's what we need out of a housing office. We don't have independent capital asset staff. And this isn't your fault, Mike. You inherited the situation.
Okay.
But we don't have that, and we need that. When we're trying to look at housing opportunities, we're using our attorney, our public works director. We don't have that professional capacity that we used to be able to tap through the housing office. And we used to have a city council member and a county commissioner on the housing board, and so they could exchange information, and there were a lot of very cooperative things that happened. The city had the money to help buy Woody Creek Mobile Home Park until it could later be converted and repaid, and there were things that various restrictions on our funds, we were able to work back and forth in order to accomplish the common goals. But right now I think we just feel a little bit of by the way, we're changing our fee structure on our management, so your fees are going up 20%. And as Patty said, we were not part of that, not 20%, 18. We're not part of that discussion. And some of that is not related to the management questions. Some of that increase, as you're discussing, is related to technical capacities of your office. So.
Yes, although nothing in that, the increases aren't associated with the technical capacities yet. I have to qualify that. No, these are mostly the labor charges associated.
The shift in how we're booking the expenses of the office.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think we really
and we can look at it. And I would agree. I mean, we don't, to say that 12% is going to cover everything. It was an educated guess, but it's not the. I wouldn't say with 100% confidence that's the right percent. There's a lot of ways to skin that, so to speak, and so I understand where you're coming from, and because I had, when going through this exercise, trying to figure out what is the best and most fair way to do this. Maybe we were the properties were taking on way more than they should have, but
Maybe now they're taking on too little.
I don't know that though. I
don't know it either.
I don't know that for it. I think it was done in a way that was meant to be as fair as possible and not add too much to the subsidy. But we're talking additional $76,000 of subsidy out of $2 million. So out of revenues of $2 million. So it's not insubstantial, but it's. I mean, as you can see, I don't want to say it's not insubstantial because I understand the county's position, and it's not easy to come up with 18% just without being aware of it ahead of time.
Connie?
So I believe we need to move on to the
Yes.
next section of our presentation. But
Any final
If we
questions?
could just
or-
have an idea back of what would the difference in subsidy be if the fee was at 14% or 13%, and you don't have to do it now.
Well, I think we can probably do that. I think we did run those scenarios, and I think I can. Would you like me to email that to the board?
Yeah, and we'll have John and
John.
Phyllis follow back up with you on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it, and
Thank you.
have a croissant or something.
Yeah, you get a donut on your way out.
So APTA is one tool in our toolbox for providing employee housing, and a very important part of that, as we're looking at retention of county employees, housing is a significant issue, and there's not one clear-cut solution. So the county is trying many different ways of looking at it, APTA being one of them. And we'll present a few others now as we're looking through here. The county has a housing fund of its own, which comes from housing impact fees. And through this fund, over the last couple of years, the commissioners have approved purchasing a number of units. We are now up to 9 units owned by Picken County. APTA manages these units for us. And the list of them is shown here on slide number 11 in your presentation. The units are filled half by community members and Picken County employees. We do give Picken County employees first dibs on half of the units that we own.
Can I ask a quick question?
Patty?
So do we pay APTA more money to manage those units? Or is
We
that
do
built-
pay a management fee for them for their services, yes.
And is that roughly 12% now?
Or is it 13 or 14?
I don't remember the percentage right
We'll look
now. I
into
think
that,
it's
too.
more in the range of 3 or 5%.
Okay.
And so in this presentation, we'll be talking about a couple of different tools that we're looking at. How do we address this issue of housing so that we can be able to retain and recruit employees for Picken County? The proposed housing fund budget does include $9 million for purchasing or being involved in projects for housing. So a very large part of the budget is for a potential purchase in 2017. But we would also like to talk today about the creation of an employee equity sharing program, which is, again, another tool in the toolbox of how we can help employees manage the difficulty in finding housing. And so Rich Engelhardt, our Chief Operations Officer, will talk to you about this proposed program.
Can I interrupt for a second? Don't we currently have at least a trial program like this currently with one of our employees?
Talked about it at
We
length.
have not implemented it yet.
I think
Right
we
now,
talked about with John Kenny, but then he was able to
Okay.
acquire housing without assistance.
Okay.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. I understand that you need to come to the table first before you get to partake in the
Didn't get it done
croissant,
yet.
so I'm happy to be here. Yeah, a little bit about the program, and I think to the point of at least the first bullet on the $9 million. It's my understanding that last year the money was budgeted, I believe, at $8 million in an effort to see if there's opportunities out there. And I've heard the commissioners talk about if there's opportunities, let's see what we can do. So really that is not a new $9 million. It's just a carryover from last year in that commitment. So that commitment is still there. But we offer a number of programs and for our employees. However, we're always looking for other opportunities. And as you've alluded to, the equity cost share program was something that was brought up last year, I believe, by Manager Peacock and also our attorney, where they worked together on a potential another tool. And it came very close to, to being able to be implemented, but just didn't quite get there. So he has asked that we go ahead and revisit that again. So this is just going to give you a real slight overview of that, but just know that it'll come back. The details will come back to you before this is put in place. So really what we're looking at is just kind of earmarking the dollars. And it's a substantial earmark. I mean, this shows a commitment from the county commissioners, if approved, that we really are wanting to make an impact. So, but really where we're at from an employee standpoint, we do have our relationships with ASHA. We have other partners that we work with to try to provide for housing. But internally, really our challenges and our goal is that our three biggest things that we undertake is retaining, recruiting, those two options actually of trying to get employees here. But the biggest stumbling block that we come across is just those housing challenges out there. Once we either get them here, we deal with them, or even in making those final offers of trying to take care of that housing. So this is another tool that we hope that we can put in the chest with your approval that will help certainly complement our EHOP program, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But we do stipends, we have a rental loan, we can use a retirement, and we even feel the bus passes that you authorize to be used is actually a housing component, because it allows people to find housing down valley at a more manageable rate, and gets them up to be able to work in our offices here or in the community. One of our greatest challenges, like I said, is sustainable housing. And what we're presenting here is earmarking over $2 million out of the housing funds, and the airport is committed to earmark $1 million out of their funding source. So it'd be a $3 million commitment over the next 2 years, but has the potential of leveraging $7.5 million in investments itself. So it's a large commitment. I think it shows that the county is serious about trying to assist with this housing. So some of the general conditions of what this can look like is that it would be for regular employees, eligible on a first-come, first-served basis. The properties that we've talked about with Manager Peacock would actually start maybe in Carbondale and work their way up Valley. Some of the programs are set up for I think it's the RAFTA boundaries. A lot of those kind of tie to those. We certainly participate, I think, with the Housing Authority. Their boundaries flow that way. But we also subsidize with our bus passes for employees that live down valley within that. So this would be more of trying to just generate opportunities for the workforce from Carbondale on up. It is set up, it does have conditions that have to be met, and there's income thresholds and debt ratios. And the way that we've got it presented, or at least recommended right now, it's a lesser of $300,000 on a purchase, or 40% of the purchase price. So as you can see, it's a large commitment on our end. There's one of the things that whenever you do have a house payment, you usually have your mortgage, and then you've got your insurance and taxes that are escrowed. But additionally, to help in qualifying and trying to make sure that we aren't going to overtax or overextend families, we're putting HOA fees along with utility payments in as part of the condition for qualifying at that 30% level. So it's just an extra kind of a condition that needs to be met for their own employees' protections.
And so you're saying under estimated mortgage, I'd imagine the full PITI, taxes,
Correct.
Insurance, everything.
Yes, yeah, and that would be part of that, along with the HOA fees and utility payments.
One of the things that our subgroup, housing subgroup, is talking with ABSHA is coming up with that criteria to also include a capital reserve, because if you're not able to have that up front, then it becomes a burden to people to try to address that. So that's something I think we should consider as well.
Yeah.
Sure.
And, I'm one who's always trying to keep costs and ratios low, but I think once you're starting to include HOA fees and utility payments and maybe even capital reserves, we may need to look at a 31% or 32% of income. I'll just leave that out for you
Sure.
guys to consider.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, because again, we want to make it usable. We don't want to get ourselves
Traditionally,
taxed out of it.
30% is a number with just the mortgage.
You're right.
So we need to be realistic. Patty?
Yeah, real quick, I'm going to go back up to the line about Aspen to Carbondale since we're asking questions. Why was it not to include Glenwood Springs, which is a really good housing market, much better, really value-wise than, well, not much better, but, from Carbondale up. I mean, why not include Glenwood?
I just think there was just discussion, and it could. I mean, based on the commissioner's input, and whenever we get to the details here, I think from Manager Peacock's standpoint, it's just trying to relocate or trying to get the workforce located closer to the Aspen area and see if we can make that work.
Further discussion point.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
think we should talk about Glenwood
Sure,
Springs.
sure, we certainly could, so.
Yeah, and, John had planned to be here at this time period, but we ended up having to switch the schedule around to answer further of our questions. So
Well,
we
yeah,
can
I'm
go
sure
back with him.
this will come back to us.
Oh,
Right
yeah,
now, we're
that's-
just reserving these funds, and I
Yeah.
don't have a problem reserving the funds. When it comes back to us, we'll get into the details.
Absolutely, and that's where we wanted to be today, is just introduce this, kind of reintroduce it again. But I do know that the attorney and the manager had worked on the final bullet there that really does have some deed restrictions in it. It talks about the occupancy and some sales, so it was very close to being finalized. And just recently, we were able to sit down, Kara, Mary Kate, myself, Connie. No, I believe you weren't able to make that. She was putting together the budget presentations. But Ann, our new finance director, who I'd love to introduce when I'm finished here, and our controller met with a gentleman named Joe Rowan, who runs our EHOP program with funding partners. They have similar programs, so we were talking about those details and how taxes affect the employee in these situations. So we brought them in. They may be able to administer this program for us based on our conditions, so which would be really a nice arrangement. And so we've met with them. We started talking about that. We're going to bring a tax expert in just to talk to that portion as well. So it's very close, and it's exciting. It's an opportunity that I believe you had supported, at least getting it as far as it had gotten. And so we're very excited about bringing it back for further consideration.
Well, the one thing when we do discuss it again, or whenever implementation, I particularly really are going to want to go over the elements of resale and, should someone leave the employment of the county? And how does that occur? And I think that may have been a little bit of the relationship to Glenwood versus Carbondale, Patty, was the idea that, you get too far away and it's too easy to start looking for other jobs and other employment, and there was a little bit of thought along those lines.
Well, then there'd be a payback.
Well, there would be a payback, but again, it's how long.
Yeah,
and,
well,
and
I
how,
think
how
that's
quickly
something
you
to be
get the money.
discussed. I'd rather have them housed than worry about them moving on. I think that's further discussion.
I agree, and this is clearly about succession planning within the organization, the ability to recruit and retain the employees that we need to serve the public. It's just something the city started a more aggressive program quite a while ago, and have a number of units that they house some of their top employees with, and we're behind the curve that way in terms of being able to really make it happen. So, any other comments or questions on this aspect of the program?
No.
Okay. And if it's anything else you need to present.
The $700,000.
So this next slide shows the 2017 proposed budget and 5-year plan for the county's Housing Impact Fee Fund. We've talked about two different parts of housing. There's APCHA, which is paid out of the general fund, and then our housing purchases and the proposed program for equity sharing are out of the housing fund. This fund has a fund balance right now of about $11.8 million, and the housing impact fee revenues are in the range of $700,000 per year, but that varies year to year. Total revenues, including some rental income from the units that we do own, are about $900,000 for 2017. You will see that we do have a large amount, $9 million for purchases. As Rich mentioned, we put $8 million in the 2016 budget, but that was not spent. So we do put a placeholder in each year for potential purchases. You'll see the employee equity sharing program with $1 million each in 2017 and 2018. And then, as Patty was pointing out, maintenance and repairs. So if there is a potential purchase, a large purchase of employee housing, some of the ones that are being looked at could have significant repair, maintenance,
placeholder for
and
that
issues
possibility.
that would need to be dealt with. So we've put a placeholder in the 2017 budget. Of course, if that particular purchase doesn't go through, we will not need to spend that much on maintenance fees, and the extra money will go back into the fund balance of the housing fund to be spent on future projects.
Planning ahead.
Planning ahead. And I think that we have discussed this kind of repeatedly, which is separate from your department, but looking at the appropriateness of what our housing impact fee really is and trying to see that improved to be more commensurate with the cost of building replacement housing in the future. And that was something that we committed to the housing office when we were getting our review of the new county building. So, I'd like to see us get that underway early in 2017.
Yes, and now that we have some additional staff in the finance department, which is very exciting.
Speaking of
and,
which.
Ann
Great
Driggers,
segue.
in particular, we're thrilled to have her on board.
Come on
and
up.
hopefully, once she gets her feet on the ground, she'll be able to start looking at some of these fees. And
Okay, well, and that's ComDev as well, so with Cindy Hubin and those guys.
If I could, just real briefly, just introduce Ann to you. Ann comes to us from Garfield County, and so we're very excited to have her here with us. She's got great experience on the county side, so whenever we get the opportunity to talk about finance and what that means to the organization, we're not missing a beat. She is just, she's right there, so we're in lockstep. It's really nice. Again, we have mentioned this before, that our goal is to give Connie the relief because she has been so tied up with both finance and then the budget side. And this is our Calvary, so to speak. So she's come in, and we're starting that process of making that change over from an organization. But this is Ann Driggers, and these are the commissioners.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here.
Okay. Well, these are our temporary meeting rooms for a period of time, and you've probably seen your temporary offices in BOCC, but we hope to have a very nice place for you in the future as we finish up, and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Well, I had the honor and privilege of meeting Ann at the meet and greet and learned about her enthusiasm and excitement actually coming from BOCC to be up here. She loves to use the mountains and the trails, and I think she'll love it when we're in our new office building and you can take your lunch hour and ski Aspen Mountain.
There you go.
You're going to like that one, right?
Yeah, definitely. I do a lot of backcountry, so I need someone to show me around Ajax.
I think you'll find some good volunteers there,
Yeah.
so that'll be great.
Well, welcome.
Thank
Thank you. Do you spell Ann with an E or just Ann?
Without.
Without, okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay.
okay, next.
Let me ask, does anybody need a 5-minute break, or should we
I'm
just
good.
keep pushing on? Okay, thank you.
We're looking at another success factor in our strategic plan, a sense of, oops, I'm on the wrong slide. There we go. Improved community engagement and participation. And for this section of the strategic plan, we will be talking about our Community Relations Department. Phyllis Mattice, Assistant County Manager, is here to fill in for Pat Bingham.
Who is having knee replacement or had
Right.
knee replacement.
Pat is
so-
still out on medical leave, and I didn't want to leave community relations with a void, so I thought I would just stand in. And what we've just provided is some of the images that Pat manages through the years. Along with her team, she does have a videographer she regularly uses and a local marketing firm. The top left one is a new video that she just produced about Pickens County employment that we have on our website. And it has little clips of county employees talking about why they like working for Pickens County. So if you have an opportunity, that one's just a lot of fun. We put a group into this one video, but there's some others that we've used. We have someone representing the airport and open space and Roden Bridge and Sheriff's Office. It's a good group. Our move is a biggie that we've talked about. So we have that where we had Janice, some of the ads that she puts in. The employee newsletter, she spearheads along with Charlotte and Susan on what information gets out there. So she also does internal communications for us. Promotes the websites that we've been able to put up. Stop Fighting It Hurts has been one of the biggies that were produced this past year. Then our move, the map that you see everywhere, her thought is always to how to get the message out about Pickens County and what's our story. So where we are, we've put this map in all of our locations because we found it wasn't just about the problem of the people moving out of the plaza and where we are, but where's Health and Human Services and where's the landfill as part of us and the airport. So we tried to create a public relations piece that also identified all of our locations. And that's turned out to be a really good piece. Maps and More was a huge one that was publicized and has been really well used. It's even really well used by our employees on trying to find out information of what's in Pickens County. And then the wildfire public relations, also she represents Pickens County as the public information officer and the lead for the emergency support functions. So she takes on that role. She creates a team of employees that help in an emergency that know what their role is on producing press releases and trying to get emergency phone banks set up, which we're trying to get into the process of purchasing something that we found in one of our exercises that, where would people call? And you don't want them to call dispatch. So the IT department's helping us trying to come up with something there as well as at the airport. And so we'd have two systems if either of us needed more. So she plays a really prominent role there, and she really takes that role seriously and when she gets her teeth into something, she just goes at it and does some excellent work. And I think as the face of Pickens County, all of these pieces really tie in well together and give the community idea of who we are and what we do. So that $215,000 is Pat and all the weekly ads that you see in the news, putting those in every week, the intermittent ads we have about what we've been doing, and then radio pieces, and you'll find that sometimes you'll be watching, some TV show, and you'll see an ad about either the airport and the EA are going to be a big piece of her time as well. There's consultants that are doing a piece of that, but she likes trying to keep the community piece and the community needs in that project. So
Pat does a great job. Patty?
Does she have another separate funding mechanism that comes out of the airport fund that we'll see?
The airport does contribute. The dedicated funds contribute. If the landfill was doing a particular promotion, they would fund that. The airport funds.
Will that be a little sliver of their individual budgets then?
That's right.
So this is like the general fund lump that we're, okay.
Yes,
Great,
that's
thank you.
Okay. And I was going to ask a similar question. Does the grassroots TV coverage come out of Pat's budget, or does it come out of our BOCC budget?
I believe no, the grassroots is still in Pat's budget.
Okay, so that's part of why it looks fairly large for one office, and then the separate funds that would come in, as Patty is saying, are from dedicated offices and funds. George?
So we had a line item this past year from one-time projects, and it wasn't utilized, so I don't see it in the 2017 budget. Was that just a placeholder, the $25,000?
No, we use that. We actually did use it for the community survey. And I think it's every 3 years that we have planned to do a community survey. So you'll see that popping up every couple of years within the community relations budget for the community survey.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, and Pat spearheads that community survey and manages the work between the consultant on all the questions and how it's designed in the time of year.
Well, I would just note the Stop Fighting It Hurts campaign that Pat put together with Human Services, and that was just very meaningful and very well done. And you see those ads on television when they're in the local loop, and you're like, wow, it looks like it was produced by a national company, a national ad. So
Yeah, they're great.
it's been very good work. Any other? We haven't been asking about decision points, but are you wanting us to do that at the end, or say that this budget?
We will have some decision points coming up.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I did skip over one. I'm sorry.
That's why I was just thinking. Back in the
Thank
housing
you for the
program.
reminder. We do have a decision point on the housing fund. To give a thumbs up for the 2017 budget and 5-year plan of the housing fund.
And that's for the Picken County Housing Fund.
That's the Picken County Housing Fund, yes.
I'm thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm thumbs up. I do think we need to discuss the APCHA one further.
A little further, see where it goes. Okay,
Thank you for the
Good
reminder.
catch, Rachel.
thanks.
So next, we'll be talking about the library budget. And the library hits on a couple of the success factors, access to recreation, education, arts, and culture, and also improved community engagement and participation, areas that help make Picken County a more livable and supportive community. We have Kathy Chandler, the library director, here to speak to you about her budget.
With pride.
Yes. Thanks, Connie. I thought we would just kind of briefly review some of the success factors that we enjoyed this past year. Now that we're in the building, I thought it would be interesting to look at the goals that we were trying to achieve in doing the renovation and addition, because I think now the vision that we had, now that you can see it in reality, you are better able to see what we were trying to achieve now that the building's here. So one of the main goals that we had was to make the building ADA compliant, and as you look through the stacks, you see how much lower they are. They used to be over 90 inches tall, and now if a person is confined to a wheelchair, they're able to reach the entire collection with having the shorter book stacks. And we wanted to make the children's library more contained within the building, instead of having it be a walkthrough for everybody coming into the building from Mill Street. And then the public meeting rooms have been, ta-da, yeah. They have been really successful. I haven't looked at the count on the use of this room, but it's, if you look at the calendar, it's booked almost all of the time already. But the 3 small meeting rooms that we have within the first 3 months, they had been used over 500 times for either individuals or meetings. And we also wanted to take advantage of the views of that this building had that were being blocked by the tall book stacks and by some staff offices. So we took all of the staff workspaces except for the children's staff, and put them in the lower level with the windows that go into the alley that goes into the parking garage. And by doing that, we freed up a lot of the windows that look out onto the front yard, and just made it a more pleasant space where you can really appreciate the fact that it's in downtown Aspen. And then we also have the new makerspace rooms. There's a green screen room and a sound booth and a training lab. We had 15 people in on Saturday doing a workshop on using your iPhone to create a virtual reality headpiece that you could use. The art museum, the Aspen Films had a virtual reality center in this meeting room a couple of months ago, and it was really popular with the public. So this is a way that our staff taught people how they could put their own virtual reality headpiece together. Anyway, one of the things that we have from the well, I have a video later. I was thinking it was coming up next, but did you pull that out?
I had to take it out because of the
didn't work?
Space it was taking up trying to create the
Oh, well, okay. I was going to say that Joe DeSalvo didn't have any bells and whistles, but I used to have a bell and whistle, and now I don't. But anyway, it also is on our library webpage. So as Phyllis was saying, Pat had done one on the county webpage. If you look at the lower right-hand corner of the library webpage, there's a really cute 2-minute video that Ginny Beasley, one of our staff members, put together in the makerspace room that really kind of captures the spirit of the library renovation and the fun things that are happening in the building now that it's more people-centered and not just a warehouse for books.
It is very cute. I apologize for taking that out, but I was having issues uploading with the video in there, so please do go on the library webpage to take a look at it.
We're entertained enough here.
Anyway, a lot of the expense that went into the remodel of the building had to do with the fact that this building's also a quarter of a century old. And so we updated, while we were doing this job, we also repainted, recarpeted, put in new furniture, and we've got restrooms now on every level of the building, which is also good for, ADA accessibility. And we had to do a lot of work on re-landscaping the front yard because they were regrading Mill Street, and we had to come into compliance with that. So those different sorts of things added to the expense of the project, because we've really taken a lot of the capital replacement things that would have been strung across several years and put them all into this one
Get it done at
project.
once.
Yeah.
And then we're doing the roof now, too, of course.
Yes, yeah. So the very first thing we did when we started this project was to replace the flat roof of the building, and the end of the project is to redo the slanted portions of the roof. And so that's what's happening right now. And we've been happy to have a nice fall so far, and hope that continues till they get the roof done, and then it snows like crazy for the ski season.
Yes, that's the plan.
And the Corps is going to have their kind of annual celebration in this meeting room this evening, but they helped with our project, and along with doing just the cosmetic changes in the building, we also did a lot of things that have to do with making the building more environmentally responsible. So when we were redoing the roofs, we bumped up the insulation, and we also replaced the skylights, which were on the verge of starting to leak, they said, but they had yellowed with age, and so now we have new less opaque skylights which allow for more daylighting, and there's LED lighting fixtures throughout the building, and new brighter ceiling tiles, all to help with the brightness in the building without consuming more energy. And we also replaced the chiller and did a lot of work on the HVAC system, and there are bioswales in the yards and on the outdoor reading deck that filter the rainwater before it re-enters the Roaring Fork, and water settlement tank was installed in the alley that goes into the parking garage on the north end of the library. So a lot, basically it's kind of a new building, even though it's 25 years old. So in our future years, as far as funding is concerned, we're going to we want to repay our employee housing fund that we borrowed. We had set aside several years ago $420,000, and we were not under any obligation to do that. We did it voluntarily, and so we borrowed that money from ourselves in order to do this project, and we would like to eventually get that replenished and participate with the rest of the county when they're working on employee housing plans, because the library is also concerned about retention issues, and right now we have, I think, 1/8 of our staff, 3 people, are in employee housing units, and we would like to be able to help contribute to that effort. We will be buying new computers for the public and the staff next year, which is about $70,000. I think we've got 75 or 6 computers in the building, in between the public computers and the ones that the staff use. And we also need to get new photocopy machines. A lot of these major equipment purchases we had put off so that we could put the money into the library building. Several years out, we would also like to replace our staff office furniture because we reused the furniture that we'd had in the different office configurations, and putting it together into this new space didn't really work very well. But we're making do, and eventually we'd like to get new furniture for the staff. And also, probably in the out years, we will be having to look at hiring some additional staff people too, because there are so many public service desks in the building that we're having a really hard time staffing those adequately right now, because it added about 10,000 hours worth of people being at the desk during the given year, because we're open so many, we're open 66 hours a week, and have now a staff person. We'd like to have a staff person in the fiction area up on the mezzanine all the time, and we also have a materials handler that's checking the books in and getting them out on a courier system that goes around the state. So anyway, lots of work. And
can I ask the question? I'm sorry, but so what's your audit for housing with the city?
I beg your pardon?
Isn't the city going to do an audit after a certain period of time for housing mitigation?
Yes.
When is that coming up? Because if we're going to be adding staff, that's not going to just be an impact to the county's general fund for more employees.
Right.
It's going to be an
Well,
impact.
actually, it's the
This is
library
in-
fund, not the general fund.
Well, but I know, but still, it's an impact to county dollars.
It would be several years out, and the staff audit would be in 2 years. I think it might be coming up pretty soon, and we haven't added. We've actually got a little bit less staff than we had when they
Just
did
need to be careful about adding staff. I mean, I just have a real concern, having been here when we had to decrease staff. I just hate the fact if we add now when we have the revenues, it's really hard to lay people off at the end of the day. Thank you.
Good point. One other item on this, you'll be working with our BITS department on the replacement of the computers and the copiers.
Well, actually, the computers we buy our computers through the Marmot Library Consortium, and so they do state bidding and for that purchase. But yes, we operate under the county procurement code, and have had really. It was so great to have procurement officers at the county now. So thank you for that. Really helped with this
and
project.
of course, I would imagine you go through the best and least costly method, which sounds like the bulk buying there. But in terms of the options that are available within that, I think the expertise from BITS might be helpful in choosing which ones to buy from them and which are least prone to breakdowns or easiest to upgrade and those sort of things. So just take advantage of their expertise as you make the selections.
Okay, will do.
So the total proposed budget for the library is just over $3.9 million. We've highlighted just a couple areas, almost $400,000 for the library collection, about $126,000 for different replacements, and then about $181,000 for facilities maintenance. I don't know if Kathy has anything to add on any of those areas.
No. Self-explanatory. I've kind of talked about
I
those
do have a
before.
small comment on that one, because I see the elevator upgrades. And the one thing, I know there's a kind of a no man's land between the elevator and the parking garage, and it has been swept up and cleaned up, but I really would love to see us work with the city to actually repaint those portals coming in. The old water from the leakage of the roof just really has stained those walls with red and rust, and you may or may not know it if you don't go down to the third floor and try to get in the elevator there and the next. So it's just not the same welcoming experience that you certainly get from walking up to it, and it just would be something to look at next year. It has been cleaned up since the repair, and I really appreciate that, but I think it needs a fresh coat of paint in there too.
Okay, yeah, I believe that's probably the parking garage's responsibility, so I will speak with them
And to see if we can, do something together. I don't want it's not you guys have to do this, we can't do that. Just, we're partners. We've been partners on this great project and appreciate that.
Can I ask
Patty?
I noticed that you have the 181.7 for facilities maintenance, but on the budget, on the 5-year plan, it's under capital facilities renovations.
Right, this is not exactly capital here, just to not create another line on this spreadsheet that already has a lot on it. I was grouping together, so it
This
is
is
just.
technically utilities, that kind of maintenance, or
No,
where does that come in? Here's utilities up here.
Right.
I just wanted to see the
This
difference.
is not utilities. The 181,000 is for specific facilities projects.
Okay.
Oh, and look who's here.
So it's grouped under maintenance, but it's like a capital maintenance fund kind of thing. Because I see on here utilities is going from 99,785 to 117,690. So that's
Right.
because we're into the new building
We had
and up and running.
we had the utilities placed very low for 2016, knowing that they would not be in the building for part of the year, and so
Right.
the budget was reduced, and now we're back
right.
up to a more normal level.
Forgot there was no lights and running water for a while there.
If I may just say, so the facilities maintenance for those elevators, it wasn't in the original scope of the work to actually go in and revamp those. The lighting, the cable, some of that stuff needs some maintenance. They're 20 years old, and it wasn't part of a renovation. This is just our 10-year capital plan to give that a facelift, make sure we're back up into code, and that we stay that way.
I don't know if anybody has seen it, but I certainly did the other week, where there's a sign in one of the elevators that says, ignore the clunking noise. It's been checked out before, but it's not a problem. And then you're in the elevator, it goes clunk, and I'm like, oh my God, I just rode the Tower of Terror ride in Disney World where the elevator goes
That
crazy.
precipitated this.
So anyhow, I fully agree with the elevator.
And the sewer line is, if you recall, a couple of months ago, I talked to you
glitch.
about that line, and we need to get it lined
Lined
out
inside.
to the main line, so that we don't have any more problems with that.
And you might want to get your name in on the list with Northwest COG for the elevator check,
Inspection program?
because they're getting booked up really fast because of all the growth in the 5-county region.
Okay, great. Very good.
Okay, so then we have the 2017 budget and 5-year plan. These spreadsheets should look fairly familiar to you. At the top section of the spreadsheet, we list different revenue sources for the library fund, the main one being the property tax that supports the ongoing operations of the library. Total revenues are just under $4.2 million for 2017. Then in the center of the spreadsheet are the different expenditure categories: labor, services and supplies, utilities, and so on, also listing different replacements, the upkeep of the library collection, and then capital facilities renovations, which was our building project. You see the large amount in 2016, but now in the out years is just the different projects for the upkeep of the building. And again, the expenditures are $3.9 million. As you look at this fund, you'll see that both revenues and expenditures are fairly stable. And as we go through the course of the 5-year plan, the library is rebuilding fund balance. In the construction project, the fund balance went down very low. Originally, they thought they were going to need to borrow $1 million from the general fund, but with the timing of expenditures on the construction, that was not necessary. But the fund balance is low, projecting only about $100,000 in the fund after Tabor Reserve at the end of 2016. So we're at a low point in fund balance after such a large project. But then as we go through the course of the 5-year plan, you see that the fund balance builds back up again. The library, as Kathy mentioned, is planning to replenish its housing fund to be able to have a resource available for employee recruitment or retention. And then also, as in other areas of the county, we use a model where we save up in resources and then spend down. And so as different capital maintenance projects come up, we spend down fund balance, and then we'll spend a few years saving it back up, spending down and saving up. And so in this plan, you see we start very low, but then are building back up again.
That's
I just
very
found
good.
more chocolate. I just found more chocolate in my
chocolate
book.
in there.
I'm like so excited.
This is going to be a decision point for us, board, so if we have questions on this, I have one comment I'd make, but it looks like the potential of wages and retirement contribution in the course of the 5-year plan is accounting for the potential of additional staff already?
No,
Or
it is not. It's just our annual 4% merit pool, which is available. Merit increases are based on performance reviews, but we do set aside 4%.
Okay. Any other questions from the rest of the board? Well, I just want to say I had some out-of-town visitors come and use one of our meeting rooms last week, and they just could not stop praising the library and the library renovation. And what struck me particularly was that how they said how it matched the goals in which we started out. They didn't know the goals, but they're like, it's so open, it's so friendly. I love that little cafeteria area. I wish I had a vending machine like that. Wish our library was like that. And they were explaining how their library had recently renovated, but yet didn't seem to capture that feeling. And they just loved the furniture selections and the kids' rooms. And, you know, this was just out of the ballpark. You just knocked it out of the ballpark. And to come in on the budget without borrowing from the city general fund, the county general fund, that was huge. That really was huge. We were more than willing to help, but you guys really contained costs. That goes to Jody as a project manager with you and asset manager, and your work, Kathy. You just did an amazing job.
Well, thanks, Rachel. It really was a group effort, and hundreds of people in the community donating money. And I thank all of you for donating money individually and for all of your support. Thank you.
And how close are you to closing out the capital drive?
Well, I think we're going to just let it run through the end of this year. And so if people want to make donations, we are going to put up
Christmas push?
Yeah, well, just people may want to make a donation and get it in this year's tax deductions, but and then we will put up the framed list of all of the people who donated that similar to the one that we've had up since 1991, or the people that donated money back when we built the building. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Connie.
And so everyone, are we okay with the library budget
Yes,
for 2017?
please.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, we're now to the last section of our presentation. Does the board need a 5-minute break before we go on?
We
let's
are
take
on good time. I think maybe we should take a little quick 5-minute and then come back.
So, Phyllis, I have a question.
Okay, thank you.
What we're doing? Hiring two procurement, 2 positions, right?
We have to. No, they're here. It's Katie.
The county has 2. It's okay. So we've hired them.
Yeah, they're.
Roots, let's go ahead and turn us back on. Thank you. Welcome everyone who's tuned in today. It's Tuesday, October 25th, about 11:11 in the morning, and you're watching the Board of County Commissioners meeting as we go through our budget discussion for 2017.
We're in the last section of our budget presentation today for the livable and supportive community. We're looking at areas that promote a sense of personal and community safety and self-sufficient individuals and families. And so we have our Health and Human Services Division.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm Nan Sundin, Health and Human Services Director, here with Mitzi Lettingham, Deputy Director, and also Liz Stark will be coming up when we talk about public health and environment, and Chad Federwitz, who's our Senior Services Director. And I just want to say how exciting it is for us actually to sit in on this whole discussion, because housing and law enforcement and community awareness and education and the library are all part of the social determinants of health. So we really do see ourselves connected to each of these sections that have presented to you so far. We are particularly looking forward to some of the changes that will happen in Health and Human Services, because we have a passion about housing. We'd like to be at the table for that dialogue, and we haven't had capacity to do that. So keep your eye out for us in the future, because we have opinions about housing and the need, especially for supportive housing for victims of domestic violence, people who are mentally ill, suffering from substance abuse, and aging. We will talk about that in the next year to come. So the Health and Human Services section has adult and family services, economic assistance, public health, senior services, and veteran services. We wrote this mission around 2011. It will have to change next year, because it talks about our focus on building and providing responsive and integrated health and human services. And as you all know, Health and Human Services will be subdividing next year. So we'll find another way. We still will need to collaborate very strongly with health, but we will have a different division next year when we present to you. We still are committed to the individual, to our partnerships, and to the team. And it's this sort of trifecta that helps us get our work done. We can't do the work that we do in any of those areas without the three of those things being healthy and strong, and where communication is optimal. So that's just who we are. We're trying to laugh because because it's going to be a big year of change for us. And I like this cartoon because we have change in every department of human services. And so at this point, we're kind of pointing fingers, like, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. So we're going to try to map out for you who goes first. We have 4 decision points for you. I just want you to think about them. They're on the last slide, but as we present, we're asking you if we can use general fund balance to start up public health and environment. We're asking you if we can start recruiting the public health director now for a January start date, as close to January as possible. And you may remember that the Board of Health recommended that. We said we were going to bring it through the budget process, and we are teed up to get that started. We have a new proposal from Eagle County to run their nutrition site in Elgibel, and Chad's going to talk to you about that. It does mean an FTE change, a slight change, with the existing staff working a few more hours. So those are the 4 points that we're going to be looking for direction.
I only counted 3: general fund, recruiting, nutrition center.
We have one extra that I've added on. I've failed to mention the FTE change in
Oh,
those
okay.
bullet points. You will see it up on the screen when we get there.
It still just comes back to 3.
And we will have FTE change in economic assistance as we stand
Okay.
up that department, but we're not prepared to talk about that today.
That's the issue with Eagle County.
Eagle
IGA.
County not doing economic assistance for us. So likely we'll bring it at the next budget hearing or in executive session or something like that. Okay? Great.
So this pie chart is just a visual of what makes up the Health and Human Services area. The largest piece is economic assistance at about 1.5 million. Adult and family services, which includes child welfare and adult protection, administration, public health, and senior services. So just a visual for what the different parts and pieces are. And then that purple slice, the economic services, is fairly large and does include many different areas. So the second pie is just a little breakout to show, well, what's economic services made up of. The largest part of it is supplemental nutrition, or what we used to call food stamps. It does look like a lot of money, $475,000, but that is all federal pass-through money. It's not county dollars being spent there. There's administration costs, child care assistance, and then on to some of the smaller programs, old age pension, and so on. So just so you have an idea of what all is involved in the economic assistance. Many of the programs in economic assistance are funded through federal and state allocations that pay for the programs. As I mentioned, the supplemental nutrition is paid entirely with federal dollars. We just thought we'd list some of them out and put them in a chart form so that you can see which areas are paid by other dollars and which are county-only dollars. So you can see that most of the program areas, the county just has either no contribution or a very small contribution to. But childcare and administration are the areas where the county does need to add in more dollars and subsidize more in order to run the programs.
How does old age pension work?
You planning ahead there, George?
It's for very, very low income
It's for
folks.
very, very low income. We have very few old age pension clients. It's a cash benefit program.
Right,
From
right.
the
Basically, folks, yes, if folks apply, and if they have very low income, they are eligible for BCA. They call it basic cash assistance, and it is something that becomes an income for them.
Sort of an ongoing?
Can be.
Yes,
It can
with
be.
eligibility.
But they have to, someone has to reapply every year, or?
Redeterminations
Every year.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And what is
A lot
the
of people
threshold
who-
on that? It's really low. It's like,
I think it's less than 133% of poverty. Most of our, we have very few. I don't know how many. I would have to go check.
Yeah, I have to go check.
But we're talking about people who are likely on Medicaid and Medicare already and getting a subsidy, SSDI, Social Security Disability, or something like that. And we have people who have been on old age pension and are for many years until they die, and it's a supplemental income. I think that a couple of things that I think of that are especially helpful for you all to know is in administration. The state is moving forward with Senate Bill 190, which is an attempt to look at the fact that many counties are overspent in administration. And so the state has a work group, and they're going to be doing a workload study. I think that I'm always hopeful that a workload study is going to help us in the rural areas in particular, because while we maybe don't have what I call the N, we don't have the volume, the number, we have to do all the same things as an urban area. And so there's going to be a workload study, and there's some other groups that are happening, and there's a possibility that there will be some adjustments in administrative allocation in the next probably 2 to 3 years, depending on what the JBC does with that information. In childcare, we know we're overspent. We still have about 17 families. It's not going up dramatically. It's been holding. But that is a cost. If we aren't able to buy the dollars from another county, then that is a cost that we assume. And it is a cost that really is about supporting the direct benefit. It's not supporting a staff person. It's not supporting the access to childcare. Or I guess it is. It's literally helping families pay for childcare. We will be trying to buy dollars. Garfield has already committed to us, because they underspend, that we can buy their dollars. But last year, statewide, the state was 98% spent in childcare. And so these dollars, unless the JBC infuses childcare with new dollars, which there are groups that are working towards that, we're going to have to start looking at this. Many counties have wait lists. So, and I've talked to you guys before, the wait lists are super confusing now about what is the demand, because some families have wait lists and some counties have wait lists. Some counties are overspending, and it's very difficult to determine the level of need. I think the main thing we know is there is a much bigger need than there are dollars for childcare assistance.
Yeah, I would just add that these areas, and I'm sure a few others, are the single most contentious that we deal with at Colorado Counties, Inc. And it's become this dynamic that there's no more money, so whose slice of the pie can I take a bite off the end of? And so it's not as collegial or let's all work together and look for equitable distribution. It's everybody's trying to get one edge up on why we need more administrative assistance, or why we need more child care dollars, or why we should be able to use our child care dollars differently. And if you guys are overspent, that's just because you're frivolous and you're fiscally irresponsible. And without taking into any account the extreme high cost of living here, or the cost for those providers to actually be in business and provide. So we've been really battling with those, and Nan has been doing a yeoman's job of keeping up and telling people what we're doing. But I can only say this field is getting more and more complicated and more I say less transparent, actually, than more. And so I've been trying to attend some meetings. Nan's been trying to attend meetings, but you're at a logistical disadvantage when you're 250 miles away, and the meetings are being held in Denver. They pop up at the last minute. They get canceled at the last minute. They move locations at the last minute. But, the state sends mixed messages, frankly, and they don't have the money. They don't control the JBC, so the poor staffers are stuck there. But they'll say, well, we need wait lists so we can show the state why we need more money. Whereas on a year-to-year and family-by-family basis, we're more inclined to try to help those folks have the child care they need now, rather than become a statistic that helps someone get more money in 3 years or 5 years. So it's a real balancing act. It's been really rough, and I just want to say thank you for that work on all those efforts.
Yeah, it's not easy to get to Denver, but we have friends in Boulder and Routt counties, Summit County, Eagle County. We all struggle with the same cost of living and not enough resources. So we're not alone, which is good. It is very difficult for us because our child care costs are sometimes 2 to 3 times higher than what you'll find in Denver or Southeast Colorado, or so we're not having the same conversation sometimes. Yeah. There is one thing, we provide services to families at 200% of poverty or less. We have a choice. There is county discretion to go up to 225%, or you can go higher than that with Board of county commissioner approval, we stayed at 200% of poverty. But even if we reduce to 185, we only have one family that would be impacted. Most of the families that we're serving are making less than 185% of poverty. So, and likely you're not going to change that. That's really low income in Pickens County. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that. It's good
for your knowledge.
We've gone down more into detail in this area of economic assistance because the general fund will need to subsidize human services a little bit more in 2017, just because of some of these issues.
Okay, so this slide goes.
What's that difference? How much more over last year? Where?
You don't see it in these slides, but when we're looking at all of the fund balances for the different funds, we do have a $200,000 transfer from the general fund into human services, which is projected. And that number, of course, is an estimate right now, depending on allocations available. If some other counties can sell us allocations.
What was it last year?
Last year it was zero. There was no general fund transfer.
And is this just for the programs, or this is for the development of the separate Board of Health? And
no, this is just this.
This is just human services,
for economic
not
services.
Public health.
Okay, and is any part of that funds we used to pay to Eagle County for delivering services?
No, it is not.
No, it's not.
No.
Okay.
Now, really, what you're looking at is the over expenditure in admin and the over expenditure in CCAP. That's where our pressure is.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make one last comment here, and I'm sorry to keep interrupting your presentation. It's something I've been hesitant because I know we've been rebuilding our finance department and we didn't have the real capacity. But there's a point at which we need to have a very solid economic profile of Pickens County, mostly in terms of the revenues that we're returning to the state versus the revenues the state returns to us. And you run into other counties that have that, and they're able to make their case so well. And, I know it from the city of Aspen, my time there, that we were strongly a donor community to the state of Colorado's general fund budget via the 2% sales tax. And you really have to kind of be able to pull together all the different dollars that you get back from the state in these different areas. But I think it makes a very good case to be able to say, look, we need the additional admin person here. This is a high cost of living community. We have a lot of people to serve, and it's only fair when you look at how much money we put into the general fund of the state of Colorado. And whether it's other type of transportation funding or various programs, that would be really helpful for us to be able to have some facts about Pickens County, because otherwise, you just have you guys are greedy, or you guys want more than your fair share. And it's like, no, actually, we'd like our fair share. And we need to be able to have the supporting materials to make that case. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so on this slide, we basically detail a bit more of what our focus will be for 2017, and essentially it is in building capacity. In economic assistance, we did receive notice that Eagle County does desire to move on from our IGA that we've had in place to deliver economic assistance since 2007, and we have been taking a very strong look at how we want to design our own program for Pickens County. And there are pending positions, of course, that we will have in-house as a result of this change. Eagle County did provide all staffing and all background support for the program. So we are building that from scratch, from what we know, and there will be more to come on that later. Our partners...
Let me just oh, sorry.
Yes,
Were
go
you
ahead.
gonna...
I was going to talk about Garfield County.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah. So our partners we're just so blessed because we did a couple of site visits that were really positive just in the last couple of weeks with Summit County and Lake County, and most importantly, because the Northwest counties have a wonderful grant that is basically a cooperative training grant among the 9 counties. it's called the Collaborative. They have capacity in Garfield County to provide processing and training support when counties find that they're in a bind, maybe they're down staff and they need someone to help them keep processing their cases. We are going to be able to make use of that wonderful program in Pitkin, and Garfield County has assured us that they'll be able to help us process our cases as we get going with our staffing and with our program design. So we're very fortunate with that, and that will be able to start in January.
So that's just an interim during the changeover.
It will be to help us to keep going.
Until we get on board,
Exactly.
and then we're going to have
You
to
know.
hire more people through the county?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just seeing this
1.5.
cumulative hiring thing today that's really
Yes.
making
Well,
me uncomfortable.
in this area was people
already
we used to be compensating them for. So
I know,
it's
but
different
still,
than the
I'm
last
looking
one.
at the county bringing on more employees in all these different departments today, and that's,
This is a major change, Pat. It's true.
well, I'm
This is-
seeing it a lot today, so it's a little
Yeah.
concern for
It was
me.
not our choice to end the contract at this point. We were given notice that we
And
needed.
that ends effective the end of this year, or they were giving us kind of a 6-month run out to be able to get up and going? How,
They proposed that, and yet they also had some strings attached to that proposal,
Okay.
which actually felt as if it would be really hard for us to meet.
so it'd be better to make the clean break?
Correct.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for
So
that
we're
update.
going to make a clean break. We're really excited, and you all may remember that you signed an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield a year ago for this Northwest Collaborative Program. It's not a grant; it's actually an initiative. That's okay. And each county in the Northwest pays a little bit over $8,000 for this privilege, and what we get back is worth many thousands. So we're really excited about that. And just so you know, that was the first IGA that you all gave me permission to sign when it came back.
With the language in
So
it.
at the Board of Health meeting, which we're not having next week, but we're going to have in December, I was going to tell you John Peacock approved me signing again this IGA, and it's as you all know, it's an exciting project. The entire state is watching. And when you end up in a situation like ours, it's saving Pitkin County, so it's really exciting.
Yeah.
And I'd
Really
like
is a great thing.
to mention that there is no budget change associated with this.
That's important.
We were paying Eagle County to
Right.
provide these services. Excuse me, it's just a different structure of needing to bring those services in-house now and spend the money on FTEs rather than paying it through the IGA to Eagle County.
We need to.
Okay, so that will be, of course, a major focus for us to build this program so that we can continue to serve our Pitkin County residents in the same manner that they are used to, and even better, we hope. We're also focusing on food security as an area. As you know, we've presented to you before that we have low SNAP enrollment, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, and we have already implemented one measure. We've sent out letters to all of our Medicaid folks who are not receiving food assistance, encouraging them to apply. We're looking at that, but we will be focusing more on outreach and communication regarding that program. And as you know, we are continuing to want to build our Veterans Service Office. We did lose our first officer, and we're still in recruitment mode there. Another really big rock for us is facilities. Given that there are these three major areas, program areas of change, the Aspen Detox, again, the economic assistance full program in-house, as well as public and environmental health. We're working with Jody Smith on making some physical changes in the Schultz building to accommodate new staff, folks, configuration of how offices should be, and that is proceeding now. And again, I mentioned outreach. Outreach is just a big feature for us moving into 2017. We want to look at All of our economic assistance programs, of course, will be changing. There'll be new notices that we'll put out about our program, website changes, food assistance outreach, and also continuing to outreach in child and adult protective services to make sure that our services are known, and it's part of our branding and awareness campaign that continues to move forward. And hopefully, Veteran Services, we will have an officer to be able to move forward there as well. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Hey, Liz, you want to switch seats?
Come on up.
So this was the first year that we have public health, a public health presentation. It's in Health and Human Services. Next year, it will be a separate presentation for you. Kurt and I worked on it. Liz, Liz also had impact on this presentation. So what you see in the pretty colored picture, you will remember from the Keystone presentation about the role of public health to do assessment, policy development, and assurance. They talked, we identified in the budget profile these 4 kind of trend areas. Of course, affordability and integration of healthcare, which is really about the need to improve access to dental, mental, and physical health, which you all are doing primarily by making a long-term plan for Mountain Family Health Center to be housed in the building. I call it Bristlecone, but I think we call it something else now that has the address.
Calling it the Hope Palace.
The Hope Palace. Stubbies. We call it Stubbies. And we continue, through public health and environment, try to work towards improving access, the cost of care, the cost of insurance, the cost of that our citizens who work for themselves have to bear in the insurance pool. So Liz and I are very involved in the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. We had a presentation on the cost of care, and we're working on bringing the DOI in January, Division of Insurance, Marguerite Salazar. So that's a focus area for health. Do you want to add anything to that? No. Okay. Then regionalism.
I'm sorry, because I don't want to run us late, but as we talk about the cost of health insurance and healthcare, we know the problems there. Can we start to organize a meeting more with the hospital CEOs or the board of directors? It's like cost containment, just talking to Marguerite, she'll tell you she has nothing to do with that. And so I just find a meeting like that kind of meaningless again. I'd love to see her there with the hospital CEOs.
It's a good point. And the I don't remember where the guy was from who presented at West Mountain, but he came with Summit County statistics. And so Ross has asked him to come back with Picking County, Eagle, and Garfield statistics, at which point we can have a conversation with the hospitals. Okay. And then we can bring Marguerite Salazar back in. So yes, good point.
Thank you.
We can't do this without the hospitals.
No,
totally.
That's the biggie.
Right. Regionalism for us is really, you all know that the Public Health Improvement Plan is being done on a tri-county level, Eagle, Garfield, Pitkin. And there's also other planning, tobacco planning. There are other opportunities for us to plan really as a tri-county region, and so that will be a focus of public health and environment. Collaboration, for sure, human services and public health will be working very closely together, but there are other essential partnerships, the hospitals, providers, other planners, environmental health will be really important. And the last part is really about building capacity to help us with the population health planning. And that gets us to the Keystone recommendations. Do you want to add anything about trends?
No.
Okay, good. All right, so the next slide is, thank you, Carol Merrill. Okay, So this is just a reminder of the recommendations that Keystone Policy Center made when they did an assessment of public health. And they recommend an expansion of public health services to include the full spectrum of evidence-based population health. We've been really fortunate to have community health services doing our nursing services and trying to do population health, but as Liz has said several times sitting at this desk, it's too difficult for them to continue doing both without significant changes. And so Keystone's recommending that we build our capacity, that we continue to ensure access to clinical services, but gradually shift direct clinical services to the healthcare delivery services as possible. So community health services is a very good, high quality provider for us. There are some others as well. And so public health will be looking at the best place to be connecting people to the best and most services that they can get for health. Establishing a public health and environment section, and I have to keep remembering that for now we're calling it public health and environment because that's what Keystone called it. Sometimes you'll hear me say public and environmental health. We're going to try to stick with what it is till the director comes, and then that person can do whatever they want with the title. Separating it from human services section, and specifically to hire a public health director and 2 public health planners to start in 2018 to begin to integrate environmental health with public health. And remember, that's not a physical integration because environmental health will be in this new building here, but it will be virtual. And it's very common statewide that these are 2 connected departments. And then to create a new Board of Health with subject matter experts in 2018. We want to work and focus. Our focus will be on enhancing the public health system. That's a funny little chart that Keystone used in their presentation. The system is complicated, but you can see that public health is in the middle of it, the public health agency. And the plan at this point is to continue funding community health services through 2017 at the same funding level as 2016, $358,856, and begin looking at cost shifting in 2018 as we get a better understanding of the contracts that public health gets, that community health gets, what part should go to nursing, what part should be part of population health and administration. We're looking at using general fund balance startup support. The 470, 488 is the net cost from the general fund for public health startup for 2 years. And we're looking to get direction from you today to start recruiting for a January start date so that we can get going. We have the public health improvement plan. It's due at the end of 17. We have a lot of work that has to be done. There's emergency preparedness, there's the child fatality review team. There are things that Liz has been holding on to and managing for us very well, but it's overwhelming, as well as trying to maintain the nursing services.
The actual clinical services.
Yes, so we're here together in solidarity, hoping that you all give us permission to start recruiting because we need to get some relief.
Patty?
Yeah, I've noticed in all the other presentations, we had a 2017 budget and 5-year plan. I don't see one here, and that's kind of making it hard for me to look at all the numbers.
Yeah, so the reason being for that, in our first budget presentation 2 weeks ago, we gave you the general fund 5-year plan. All of this part here is wrapped up into that general fund 5-year plan. So as we're going through the budget presentations, when we are talking about a special revenue fund or an enterprise fund, we will give you their 5-year plans so that you can look at it and give a thumbs up. But mixed in with that, we're also talking about general fund departments that fall within these different strategic areas. for those general fund departments, we don't present a 5-year plan for each one individually, but wrapped up as a
Right.
whole for our general fund. And so in the first presentation, which you do have in your budget binder,
Somewhere in here.
we
Under the
showed
first tab?
the proposed 5-year plan for the general fund. As we're moving through and little parts and pieces are getting tweaked, we will bring that back again as we're wrapping up the budget process for a final approval of the general fund and all of the different departments that are contained in it.
Yeah. Patty, are you suggesting that as we're going through this transitional period, that perhaps a breakout, even though it's in the general fund, of projected longer-term costs would be helpful for all our decision-making?
Confusing. How much, what's the $200,000 we're pitching? The differences from last year to this year, I don't have that comparison for just the human health services. Then what is the total amount we're going to be funding this new public health? We know this much is coming from Healthy Communities Fund, this much is coming from the general fund. I don't have that in front of me to look at. I'm trying to make notes in the corner over here. And
what I recommend to help with that is in the budget profile section.
Yeah, okay, that's
of
where I
your
was trying to
budget
go.
binder. And what we have at the end of, pull one up, at the end of each narrative section, we have an expenditure breakdown for each department. And so there it shows 2015 actual costs, 2016 budget, 2017 proposed budget.
so
for
that's,
each
say, page
department.
40,
And so
Public Health and Environment.
Public Health, yes, page 40. And so here under Public Health and Environment, you see there's nothing in 2015 or 16 because we have not had
Right.
a county public health and environment section. And 2017 shows the startup costs for the year, that being part of the 470,000 net cost. There are some revenues that offset some of this 387,000.
So that totally confused me.
Okay.
But that's just where I'm going to have to be on this one for a while.
Yeah, I think as we move forward, in the next couple of years, it's going to be clearer to all of us.
Yeah.
This one is a little bit of a leap of faith.
Well, and we are reserving some time at the end of the budget sessions to be able to come back to things, to drill down a little more deeply if you'd like to. And I can see that. I think it's good that we all, although it is a little bit amorphous, we need to have some. So is this a decision point or?
Have them all together at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to say anything else?
Liz, yeah, please.
No, well, other than to just reiterate what Nana said, the things that are pressing for 2017 and the urgency that we feel to get this department up and running, to make the transfer. I feel it might take us 6 months, the first 6 months of 2017 to make the transition with contracts so that Pickens County Public Health and Environment Department is ready to assume the work on July 1st, 2017, work on that transition. So just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you, Pat.
No, I don't have a problem moving forward with a public health director. I'm just, still have the concern about the two public health planners. Again, my concern, and hope Mr. Peacock is listening to me again, about the accumulative factor of how many employees we're bringing in the county as a whole at the end of this budget cycle. And I would like to, if at some point, see a number that says this is how many new employees we're creating. And I say that, again, very quickly because we as elected officials, we get asked a lot, how many employees did you have last year, how many employees you're having this year? And the people we're fiscally responsible to say, what do you mean? You're growing your government, and we need to have a good way to give them the numbers and give them the facts as to why these numbers are growing and what the bottom line cost is, what's coming out of the money we were giving to Eagle that we're not paying to Eagle anymore. Those things all make sense, but we need to have something that we can explain that to the public because we're going to be getting, the public does pay attention to this. And so I think that's something that we need to have on hand.
We will focus on FTEs at the November 15th.
Yeah, it would be great just to have something that gives me that concrete information.
And as Patty's saying, I'm sure you're counting on it, is which we're replacing contract employees through another agency, or what's the switcheroo between in-house staff now formally versus contract labor and fulfilling those roles.
And I just wanted to add, this doesn't answer your question at all, Patty, but in terms of the staffing needed to start the public health department, of course you need a director, and 2 planners was arrived because we have one existing planner that's housed under Community Health Services currently, who's responsible for the community health assessment, the public health improvement plan, all that community work. And then when the county assumes all the other population health work, emergency preparedness, communicable disease, child fatality, that I think that's going to require another person to do all that other work, that other public health work. How the public health director divvies that up is yet to be determined, but I don't think that the public health department can just have a director and one planner to start out with.
I think that may be particularly true when you talk about recruitment. Anyone who's skilled and top of their game is going to be asking, well, what are the resources I'm going to have to fulfill this job before they agree to step in and take it. But it may be as things are realigned and come together that may or may not be 2 full-time equivalents. We only have to do the community health assessment and the community plan every 5 years, isn't that correct?
Yeah, and that's the other thing is we need to have job descriptions. I mean,
we have job descriptions,
that
we've
would
done
be
the
helpful.
BAQs, we have job classification.
Yeah, because I mean, what are 3 people going to do that now poor Liz is doing pretty much with herself and one planner?
Well, we will be responsible for all that work until July 1st of 2017, so my staff will continue to do all that work for half of the year.
Right.
Then it'll all get, and then
it folds over.
Then that will move over, and then the workload for the community health services staff will change. And again, the level funding for community health services in 2017 is we're grateful for, because it's going to be a huge transition year for us as well, to be planning out our future with the shift in functions and responsibilities, with half of the year still being the public health agency and the second half of the year not being. So we appreciate the level funding for our organization, but knowing that is going to change in 2018.
Goes back to change is great, who's going first?
Yes.
Exactly.
Liz.
Take the short straw.
Liz. But we're actually going to have simultaneous change, so. Anyway, so we'll keep going. Thank you, Liz.
Thank
Chad,
you.
you want
Liz.
to come on up? Okay, cheers.
You can start.
This is Chad again.
Okay.
Hi. So senior services really kind of refocusing our low efforts on rural seniors and what their needs are. It's always been a focus of senior services, it's part of our Aging Well strategic plan, but we're kind of refocusing some efforts, mainly with some opportunities that have arisen, and just the overall sense of wanting to do rural outreach to our rural seniors. So I like maps, so I put this map in here for y'all.
It's purple.
And it's purple.
Makes it even better.
As well. This is a map of all the current registered voters who are seniors in Pickens County, and it's broken up by different areas. It's really hard to read the numbers, but about 39% of the seniors that are plotted on this map live in Aspen proper, and then it goes down from there. Unincorporated Pickens County is about 36%, so a pretty large proportion of the county as well. Then you have Snowmass, which is about 13% of the seniors in the area, 4% in the Basalt area, and then going to Crystal River, 8%. And the Frying Pan, technically 0%, but very small percentage of the seniors living. So this, for me, being rather new to the area, was a very good updated, this is from data from last year, a very recent picture of where all the seniors are, to give me particularly a good lens to look at where are our services going, what is our reach as far as reaching out to the seniors in the area, as far as our meal program, our Meals on Wheels, if you will, our outreach to the Crystal River, to the Frying Pan, and how we can expand those, the outreach and those services.
Can I ask real quick, though? These are great numbers, and it really shows you the concentrations, but we also service people who aren't registered voters. We service a lot of seniors who are visitors who come here, so
Yes.
that takes your numbers and bumps them up.
Yes, there are. These are all underrepresentative of this population.
Good start.
But unfortunately, there isn't, say, perhaps door to door, really getting a tangible number of how many seniors actually live in Pickens County.
Could never get that number.
But most counties that do something similar, in my experience, they do it by voter registration. This is not easier way to do it. Good point, though. So this goes to the meat of my discussion. A few months ago, Eagle County came to Nan and I about a proposal to help support their nutrition program at their Elgin site. This has been discussed in the past with Marty before me, with not as very much success or open dialogue to the same degree. So we were excited to have them come to us about a proposal to help support their meal program in Elgin to perhaps a level where they didn't feel they could really support it the same type of way.
How many days a week would the program be?
2 days a week.
2 days a
Yep.
week.
So the Pickens site is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Elgin is purposely Tuesday, Thursday, and that would not change.
Okay. And then do they have a kitchen at that senior services, or it's all brought in?
They do have a kitchen. It is not very adequate. I'll say it that way. So with the proposal in our discussion with Eagle, our kitchen staff would be prepping, cooking the meals in the Pickens site and transporting those meals to Elgin, reheating, doing all the temp checks and so on, and serving there.
You know, it would seem that if this is going to be a long-term program, we need to talk to them about upgrading their kitchen facilities there to reduce costs. That is a lot of travel time, set up and breakdown that is adding to these numbers. And if it was a more adequate kitchen facility and a remodel there, it might not take quite the same.
And you have food safety issues. What kind of equipment are you going to be transporting the foods in? There's a lot of details.
Okay.
There's a lot of details. I'll go to your question or your point first. That has been discussed previously to this discussion with us about the need for a different type of kitchen. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
For this year, but I'm just saying this would be for a longer term.
And also the size limitations of the space is not conducive to renovating the kitchen to make it more adequate to be able to provide the type of meals there.
We continue to have conversations with Eagle about a different site. But the site that they sit on, the Elgin building, is not conducive to a remodel at this point.
No.
But two things I just want to say. One is that this agreement is with Eagle County Public Health, not Human Services. And they recognize that like we want to go into it as a multi-year project and not like a annual year where they could decide they don't have the funding for this. We've had very open conversations about probably the most fundamental difference is that our services cost more than Eagle County services. Cost of living, cost of salaries, cost of whatever. We came up with this cost of $72,000. We worked really hard to find some other funding from Pitkin because we believe we're going to be serving Pitkin seniors. This is our goal. We're not just doing this as a generous act. This is about reaching those rural Pitkin seniors. And so we believe we have some skin in the game. And Eagle has been willing to actually significantly increase what they originally offered. primarily through the funding that they get from the AAA for nutrition sites. And so our sense is that this is kind of a win-win opportunity for us. We need to increase our kitchen managers' hours because we have found in recruitment, and we've known over years, that 32 hours is not enough. They need the money. We can't pay them the commercial rates that they could get as kitchen managers in the private sector, but they like the daytime work. They need full-time work. This is a great opportunity for us for recruitment and retention, as well as supporting rural seniors. And we kind of see it as an incubator, because if you can support people with food, given our food insecurity issues, we can start to look at other opportunities. We can look at the way we're providing services in Aspen. Could we be providing more of those services in the Mid-Valley? We've been so Aspen-centric for so long, and we're missing half of the seniors who live in Pickens County.
Let me just point out to our board, we're running a little late. I just sent John Peacock an email to see if we could start our afternoon agenda at about 1:20 and be able to take this meeting to 12:20. So just everyone bear in mind, we will have a full lunch hour. George, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. I may have missed something. So right now, Eagle County is not providing any nutritional program in the Mid-Valley. And so
No, they are.
They are. Or so they're already
Don't wanna
providing
do it
it.
anymore.
They don't
So
want to do it anymore.
they don't want to do it anymore.
They think we can do it better.
But we've got a lot of expenses with that. So, I mean, I think it's a great idea to be able to have this resource for the rural part of Pickens County. But how do you differentiate between the population base in the Mid-Valley, which is largely Eagle County, versus perhaps some of the Pickens County residents that would actually use it? So I'm not seeing that you'd have a lot of people coming down from the Upper Frying Pans or coming down from Redstone all the way to Elgibel. Perhaps Old Snowmass you would in the Emma area. So I'm just trying to see how that balances in terms of the equitability of what we're putting into it in our time and energy, and as compared to Eagle.
That's a good question, and what we've talked about building into the agreement is looking at shared goals and outcomes to see if we can actually increase the number of Pickens County residents who are coming to the site, but also keep in mind that we can actually increase the people that we're serving with home-delivered meals. We currently only go down to like Aspen Village for home-delivered meals. With this site, we could be serving Pitkin homebound seniors in a different way. I think that they say that in the Elgibel site, they're at about 35 people a day, the days that they have lunch, the 2 days. They have capacity for 65. Our goal is to get them up to that capacity,
But they don't have a
bringing
kitchen
in
for
Pitkin
65.
residents.
They don't have a kitchen that they could cook for
No,
65.
we would cook in
But,
our
I mean,
kitchen.
but Eagle couldn't go to 65 because they don't have a kitchen there. They could go to 65.
They have seating capacity for 65.
They have seating
But they
capacity
don't have
for
a kitchen
65.
for 65.
Right.
So what's when I look at the cost, what's the actual cost for us? Is it the
19,000?
Total cost is $72,000 in additional cost for the county. Most of that is made, about $21,000 is the additional food
Here's the
cost.
numbers.
Well,
Well, I see that.
That's
So the
funding
two
source.
last lines are the direct contribution from Pickens County.
It's 19,000 from Pickens County.
19,000?
Right. But what that is made up of is there's $21,000 in additional food cost. Then most of that cost is additional staff time and benefits, because you're taking the kitchen manager, who is not full-time, up to full-time, and then the kitchen assistant, who is only part-time, up to 32 hours a week. So it is that additional staff time on our side to be able to provide the services, additional food costs, plus some materials, fuel, some of the costs just as far as transporting the food, and that makes up the $72,000.
It's probably helpful to know that other counties have multiple meal sites. Garfield County has multiple meal sites. Eagle County has multiple meal sites. This concept of making a meal in one place and transporting it is very common in the state. We are not proposing doing something that isn't already tried and true around the state. It's about sort of the best way to serve this population is what we're looking at.
I understand that. I'm very well aware of how this program's work because of Northwest COG, but we'd have to have some kind of vehicle in which to transport food safely that keeps it at a temperature for a transition of a half an hour or 45 minutes from our side up here to down there. That's a huge cost, and to have that equipment to be able to transport the food, it's much different than cooking it in a kitchen. I think it's great. We want to do all these things. I think it's great. We want to increase the food service down there. But I think the other player needs to be more at this table. And I say that, and I'm sensitive to the fact they just cut our other intergovernmental agreement, and now they want us to do something more for them. Well, we would love to, but it's another expense to Pitkin County, and I'd rather be putting $20,000 into doing meals up here for 5 days a week. I just am not totally comfortable with this idea yet because I think there's just too many unknowns.
Yeah, given the shortage of time left here, I think we need to bring this back for a little larger discussion.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and perhaps some of the statistics that we've been able to gather, or Eagle County's been able to gather about the utilization rate of the El Jabal facility, and how many are Pitkin residents, how many are not. I see this as Eagle County's contribution, and then Eagle County's pass-through as being about $43,000. But then through the Seniors Independent, the Healthy Community Fund contribution, and the other dollars, Pitkin's talking about 30. And so how does that relate to the proportion of the clients served? I do think the goal of greater home delivery is important to rural seniors, and it's going to be a growing issue. And if we don't deal with it now, we'll see it more in the future. One second, Steve. And then the other item, of course, is that I don't know, honestly, how fair it is that it is so Aspen-centric now. We have to acknowledge that it's transportation for seniors is tough. The time allowed to get up for one meal and to get back home if you live further down. So, continuing to look at our population of seniors, where they live, and you were the one to point out that many may be undercounted. I'm not sure this is the best way to proceed, but I can see the goals being valuable for all of us. Steve?
How do we get there?
I like the idea of being able to provide full-time employment for our
chefs, so we don't lose them.
For our staff.
Yeah.
The transportation of the food is really a major problem. If Eagle County could bring that kitchen up to standards, that would make it a lot easier, that they could just go there in the morning and do the cooking there and not have to be going back and forth. I am a little bit concerned about sort of the general drift that Eagle County is going towards. They want separate the IGA on the other stuff, and now they want us to take over part of their senior services stuff in Eagle County. And some of these things, I think, bear a greater discussion and try to figure out, what is happening in Eagle County and how it affects us.
Political discussion.
Yeah, I agree with that as well, Steve. And so we'll kick this to a further discussion item. I think it would be helpful to try to break down the cost factors that you've put into this budget as well. I don't see quite as much issue with it because, think of all the caterers we have in the community, and you really use a large van, and it's the steam boxes that keep it cold.
Yeah, but we don't have that.
I know we don't have a large van, but I'm saying it's more the steam boxes that go into the large van. You don't need a specialized van as much as you need these other containers. But what I am concerned about is the time and labor. Hour down, hour back, half hour packing up, half hour packing back. That is really that's what would be driving the cost more than just If you were able to just zap it down there with a teleporter, I'm not concerned that it's doable. It just seems to be a very high labor expense with an inadequate kitchen, and I don't know what a kitchen would need down there. I have no idea. But that's a longer term discussion as well. But it is important, and we need to have that bigger discussion with Eagle County about, and so we may need population numbers of how many residents that they have over here in our valley who would be potentially taking advantage of this if we're there, and how many of our own seniors we feel would be.
Of their 25% of their total county population that's now living over here, which is a significant
the other thing
increase.
I don't see that we're asking for, and maybe it makes some sense, maybe it doesn't, I don't know, but since half of Basalt is part of Eagle County, perhaps the town of Basalt, if they would like these services for Basalt seniors, should be asked to put a contribution in as well. It's just a thought. So, okay, we'll move on to...
Bring it back for a work session.
Yeah, we have a day that John will inform you on the time where we're going to take any outstanding budget items and make final decisions that we needed more information on.
And I'd also like to not drop the home delivery part of the Meals on Wheels. That's such a huge service, and I heard a long discussion from some people yesterday about their parents and where they live and getting that service and how that's what they live off of.
Mm-hmm.
They live off of 3 meals a week that they stretch out for 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's really critical.
When the drop boxes happen, it's more than 1 day's worth of food, or at least that's in the winter time. But
It's just a big
if our
meal.
service delivery area is only to Aspen Village, we're obviously not covering a lot of those seniors, and it is going to be a growing issue, so we all need to find ways to tackle that. Okay, so now
Chad.
we'll turn it all back to you.
So
Don't go anywhere yet.
this one is easy, no changes, adult and family, no changes that we were prepared to talk about right now. Eagle County is considering whether or not they want to continue to buy our child welfare and adult protective services in El Jebel and Basalt. We'll hopefully know in the next week. John and I met with Joan Bosworth and Brent McFall yesterday. McFall? That sounds like something out of a movie. Anyway,
So that's
great.
a further discussion.
For further discussion, so we're working on stabilizing and supporting that division. So that brings us to the decision points and whether or not you all feel, in particular, the 470 use of general fund is what supports us hiring the Public Health and Environment Director.
Okay, let's just take these one at a time. We discussed these thoroughly in the prior discussion. Are we supportive of the net start-off costs for the Public Health and Environment section?
I still have problems with the 2 people, hiring 3 more people. I mean, bringing 1 in from Community Health Services, but so I'm almost there, but I need a little more nudge.
I'm fine with it.
I'm supportive.
I'm supportive of it.
Okay, so we'll move that one forward. There's always parts of the budget that any of us
I know, I'm
would
kinda-
feel differently about, and we respect that. And
Stomach just isn't quite there yet.
Certainly appreciate the sharp attention and focus to it, Patty. It's appropriate. It's our role.
But I'm there on 2.
Okay.
The next one.
Item number 2 is a yes for everybody. Immediate begin the recruitment for that position. And then the third item is going to come back to us in terms of the eligible nutrition program. We're just not able to make a decision at this time.
Okay?
Okay.
Good, thank you very much.
I want to ask a question, though, because this page says the net general fund cost is the 33. If we look at that again, we should include the healthy community fund costs as well.
And any of the, and the
Yeah, I mean,
senior.
even seniors independent, I'd hate to start a program that maybe they want to make a 1-year contribution to as a startup, and then they're not there next year. So that's important.
Okay.
Any other
Need the
questions
chocolate.
that we need to answer, Connie, as we break for
We
lunch?
just wrap it up reminding you that we are looking at ways to serve Pickton County residents well by providing a livable and supportive community. We've touched on the different aspects of that through the budgets that we presented today. And then next week, we'll talk about a flourishing natural and built environment and all of the different parts of the county that are contributing to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
and we will reconvene at
Stomach
1:20.
is just not settling right on it.
Great. For those viewers at home, it's Tuesday, October 25th. You've turned into a work session of the Board of County Commissioners, just about 1:20 in the afternoon, and we're about to go over a airport supplemental request. But before I do that, since everyone's watching at home, I'm going to say you should have received your ballot in the mail by now. And if you have not, please call the clerk's office at 920-5180 or check on pitkinvotes.org to make sure your address information was correct. So it's very important you get your ballot. We want everyone to be enfranchised and vote. So thank you very much. And we will now turn it over to John Peacock and John Kinney from the airport.
I'll go ahead and turn it over to John to talk about the budget supplemental request that's in front
Thank
of
you.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, members of the Commission. My name is John Kinney, Airport Director, and this is Michael Yaffe, the Director of Security at the airport as well. So we have a supplemental package here for your consideration and approval today. It's specifically for a two-part project that has to deal with access control and baggage processing, handling, and screening. The first project is the access control enhancements at the airport. It has to do with credentialing as well as ascertaining the eligibility instantaneously of individuals trying to access certain sensitive aspects of the airport. It also allows us to see what's going on in the baggage claim areas so we can document and make sure that those people picking up those bags are the proper ones picking up those bags. And if not, we have the historical database to go back and find out if things were amiss by whom. So that is the first part of the phase of the project for about $446,000. The second part of the project is the much larger portion, because the total project is approximately $2.7 million. The second part is the baggage component. I have a map up here on the screen that I can show you in terms of the improvements that are being proposed. The purple line going left to right on the screen is the existing ticket counter to give you a reference point. And so above that line is where the passengers would come and check in and be meted and greeted by the airline ticket counter personnel. The yellow line here is approximately American Airlines as well as Delta Airlines, and then it goes through the back operation through the screening. So this will be one of the improvements, this leg in here, and this is an existing CTX machine or machine that basically is a CAT scan for bags and can tell if there's any prohibited items that are located inside that bag. The second part of the project is to increase the throughput over on the Delta as well as the United Airlines. So that's over towards the left-hand portion of the screen. There's two existing CTX machines back there. We'll be adding a third that will accommodate straight from curbside as well as have a component where it'll be coming in through the United Airlines ticketing area here. Actually it's in purple, but here's the conveyor belt system where the bags will go through. They'll lose a ticketing position in this area here so they can make the turns, or right now it is a huge bottleneck and then requires the personnel to move the bags almost manually from this point forward. The outflow off those machines, that position, this belt system is in place, but will have to be replaced for more of a modern size to accommodate the dimensions of operating this particular new piece of equipment. And then it'll come out into this area, and from about this point on is new conveyor systems. This will be elevated, this portion coming out of the terminal backside, be elevated approximately 10 feet. And it keeps moving on me here, excuse me. Get back to the arrow here if it'll come back. So this portion is elevated approximately 8 to 10 feet through this portion here so vehicles can drive underneath it. They'll then drop down into a flat plate carousel, and it's a circular motion here. These represent bag carts that the airlines will then sort in this area here and put them on the respective bag carts to get them onto their respective flights. Really the genesis of this project is twofold. One is there is safety concerns in terms of workers' comp claims, injuries, basically ergonomics, if you will, in the backside with the TSA as well as the airlines. And the secondary component is there's, during the peak season, about 400 bags just for one of the smaller airlines missing their flights, being reunited with their passengers on a weekly basis, over 400 bags being misconnected. So this will increase the throughput, will increase the ergonomics and the safety component for the TSA, for Delta, United, American Airlines, SkyWest personnel. And that total project is approximately $2.3 million. This is the design that we collaborated with the airlines to address their unique operational concerns as well as the TSA. So the airlines have come to the table and have agreed to have an increase in user fees, which will cover all expenses associated with this supplemental package. TSA will bring the equipment and the personnel, and this will be amortized over a 5-year period of time, which we anticipate the lifespan, remaining lifespan of this terminal building to be.
And those reimbursement agreements are signed?
They are in process. We will not proceed until they are signed. Expecting that by close of tomorrow was the commitment.
Well, we certainly appreciate our partners with the airlines understanding that we're going through some growth pains and that we're very concerned with security as well as the efficiency of the operations for their customers and passengers services. Patty?
So it's my understanding we're going to have this new system in by Christmas, right?
Part of it will be in before
Really?
Christmas, and
I was kidding.
the remaining portion still is targeted for first part of February.
So full up and running by February, but this season. So that's
Yes,
good. Great.
this season.
Very good.
I was being very sarcastic, and you countered me on that one.
Steve?
Will any of this equipment be able to be used either in our new terminal or be sold to another airport when we do the new terminal?
Likely be able to use a lot of the conveyor system into the new system if the timing was complementary. Most likely we'll almost turn the light switch off on the existing terminal and the light switch on in the new terminal. So it will be standard size, and yes, I would think we'd be able to sell them if we could not use them or use them for spare parts. Whereas today the system, you can't even purchase spare parts, you have to machine them.
Other board questions or comments?
Nope.
Do I see a nod of heads in support of the supplemental?
Not aheads.
Okay, so we'll move forward.
Not ahead.
Anything else you need from us today?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll be talking to you during budget season a little later on, and thanks for keeping things rolling out there.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is the review of future agenda calendars. John?
So based on our budget discussion today, we'd set aside time on November 10th, which we were trying to keep open if we could, which is Thursday. We actually, because of previous cancellations and moving the budget calendar around, did not have as much time set aside to revisit items as you brought up today.
Oh, okay.
And so it's likely that we will need to take some time on November 10th, both potentially for executive session time as well as maybe using some of that time to bring back some of the budget questions that the board wanted to flush out a little bit more before giving direction.
Okay.
So just a heads up on that.
So, yeah, it's not on our future
That's a
agendas, but I think that it's
Thursday?
safe to say
Yeah.
that the Thursday, the 10th, will be a work session day. And I currently have it starting at 9, but we'll see as we get closer in if we'll need the full day.
It's the Thursday after election.
Did we add that already?
We talked about it last week,
and it didn't make it into your future agenda.
Let me see if I.
and we're kind of formalizing it now.
John, did you say on that, at least on this note here, it says that the community room will not be available?
This room will not be available, so we're going to need to figure out a place where we could have it.
So you do down in Basalt?
There's no place in Basalt.
Well,
I-
potentially town hall.
Town hall, you got the library, you've got RMI, you've got lots of.
Yeah,
places in Basalt.
we could definitely look at that if that would be.
It strikes me that RMI, I believe, is wired for grassroots TV already, so that might be a real advantage there. I'm not sure.
I'll have to double check on that, but I do know the Basalt Council is.
It is,
Basalt
yeah.
Council
So
is-
we
City
can
Hall.
definitely look at that. We're struggling a little bit. Exec was easy because we could do it in the clock tower up here, but if we need to do public time, you're right, we need to find a
City Hall.
location. So
Michael? Did you have a
November
10th is a RAFTA meeting.
So, what, so?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could do it in the afternoon, maybe, depends on how long you...
Well, that would make a lot of sense to do it more Mid-Valley if we're trying to shoot for an afternoon meeting from like noon to 5, and then you guys would be a lot closer to get there once the RAFTA meeting is ended, or however.
And is the RAFTA meeting morning? When is that?
Yeah, 8:30 to 12 or 12:30 usually.
Would you guys be open to coming in the afternoon if we had something in Basalt then?
If I can remember to turn into Basalt, yeah.
We'll see what we
Hard
can
after
do.
the end of a meeting, I know what you're saying.
One of those little electric things on you.
Okay, so we'll keep working on that.
I need to be in Loveland by 5:30, so I would maybe have to come to part of it and then leave for a short part if we did it in the afternoon.
And we'll try and keep it short. I was just noting that with the items that we need to bring back in our compressed schedules later on in the budget, I wanted to be able to utilize some of that time.
Another alternative we could think about is actually Wednesday the 9th, something that I would suggest starts closer to 12 or 1 o'clock because people are going to be working late on the election and potentially celebrating after all that. So, you know, that would be a potential for the 9th, Wednesday the 9th.
Isn't that a regular BLCC meeting, the 9th?
Oh, no, we have the 2nd and the 16th.
They
Oh, we do?
switch for the holiday.
Oh.
For the holidays.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
We might be in shock though, so.
Yeah, I know.
After the election?
That's what I'm saying. But let's just leave that for John to consider, and we can discuss it again
The
next
9th, any time of the day
I'm
would be
clear all
fine
day
for
on the
me.
9th.
on Wednesday, the 9th.
Yeah.
And this room might be open on the 9th. We should make sure this room's not booked on our wrong 2 days, too. Our change in schedule.
We
Yeah, is Grassroots aware of the change of schedule? We changed that schedule at the beginning of the year, so it should be. But it's Wednesday the
Never
2nd
hurts
is the
to check.
first Wednesday of the month. We'll have our regular work session, and then the 16th. And we do that because of the Thanksgiving holiday week. Okay.
November 1st, we have a work session.
November 1st is a regular Tuesday work session. And then Wednesday the 2nd is a regular board meeting. Okay, so John, you'll just keep that as an option, is that the 9th, again, not
So that
starting
sounds
too
like
early.
Wednesday 9th in the afternoon does work for board members.
The 9th or the Thursday afternoon?
The 9th.
Or Thursday.
Yeah, we may need to kind of hold on to both for a little bit until we work out all these logistics with our moving meeting room. Okay, so folks, try to hold on to the afternoon of the 9th and also the afternoon of the 10th, and we'll try to make a determination by our next meeting next week on future agendas what we'll finalize. Okay, super. Did anybody else have any items that they noticed in the?
I just have a quick question.
Please.
On Wednesday, November 2nd, we have a resolution authorizing an IGA with Prowers County Hotline County Connection Center. Do you have any idea what that is?
Let's see, I believe it is for the child welfare hotline. It'll allow us, because right now we're doing that, but it'll allow us to link into a larger statewide
And it's
system.
out of Prowers County. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know we had phones that reached that far to Prowers County.
They go all over the world.
All over.
Yeah, that's something Nan's been working very closely with
Yeah.
because we seem to have issues about where the call will be routed to, depending on where it comes
Yeah,
in.
and like Prowers, that's a...
Yeah, it's unusual. Any other questions or comments or anticipated absences that would affect our ability to have a quorum? George?
Oh, John, I also saw on, I think I have, December 6th, we have a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails with an exec session, but this room's not available. Is that how I read this, or no?
Hold on, I'm trying to get to.
On the
It said,
Tuesday, December 6th.
it said, Let me find it. I thought it said
Oh,
we'd be meeting in a
typically-
smaller room, and I just wondered.
Do you mean for the exec session
exec.
itself? The challenge is grassroots needs to be in setting up, and so we need to do the exec elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And where do you
I
put
guess
all
he's
of
just
those?
wondering.
But the rooms here are pretty small for that
That
many
room is
people.
gonna
Couldn't fit everybody in that shop, the Cato shop room.
Is there any way to go in the tower room?
The tower room is ready, but it's pretty small.
That's small,
also.
too.
I don't know the size of that, but it might be bigger than that meeting room in the basement.
Well, let's circle
You're going
that
to have over a dozen people.
Yeah.
There's no way we could fit in that.
little room.
So we'll have to look at, I don't know what our options are for that
Yeah.
right now.
Okay, let's take a look at that in terms of
Yeah, we can
potential
find a
of, see if City Hall might have any openings in any of their meeting rooms, sister cities, or something that keeps us close to be able to start the regular meeting here later.
And keeps us private.
And keeps us private. And that would need to be coordinated, I would imagine, with the Open Space and Trails, because they meet before us, starting at 8, and they may be in executive session of their own beforehand, so we don't want them having to run miles and miles around either.
We couldn't fit all of us in our office space at the jail, could we?
No. But we will work on the logistics of that. There's always the potential, though I'd prefer not to, of talking to the Gantt again about their basement room, or, I don't know if over at the Aspen Institute, any of their rooms are unused this time of year. We might be able to lease one for a meeting. So we'll leave you to work on that, but again, it will probably require the meeting room from 8 o'clock straight through the executive, and then us coming back here for the joint meeting on TV.
Okay.
Did anyone else notice anything? I had noticed that we really didn't have executive session time scheduled through the end of the,
Upstairs.
so we may end up with adding that to the Tuesday, the 20th, if there's any end of the year stuff. Right now, the Tuesday, December 20th meeting is only scheduled to start at 1 o'clock. So if we need to add executive, we do it there. And then again, just keeping track of some of these ongoing issues, we're looking to add it to that first full week of November as well, to have an executive. Okay, is there anything else that comes up to mind on future agendas? There being none, we will move on to the next item, which is the facilities update. Which will lead directly into telecommunications, so feel free to both take the table at the same time if you'd like.
Jody Smith, Facilities Director. I come to you about every 2 weeks to give you an update. And so I'll be brief today because it's raining, things are kind of slow. We're closing out projects from 2016. And then we're in planning for 2017. I think you all know that the library roof is still in process. Like I said, it is raining today, so they're not really out there, but we are waterproofed in, so we're good to go. The planning for the 2017 budget is that we're planning for the operations, the coming projects, supporting the sheriff and admin projects. We did receive a Randy Udall Energy Corps grant on the new building, so we'll be going to a reception this evening here in this room.
What time does that start?
5 o'clock.
Starts at 5, and everyone's invited.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So there is a celebration to have with appetizers and to celebrate that grant. On
And
behalf of
all the
CORE.
grants, actually.
Yeah, all the grants,
all the
on behalf of
recipients.
CORE.
Yeah.
I do have a contract issued for the HVAC upgrade at the courthouse. If you recall, we had some radon levels that were a little high. We were able to manage those over the last maybe 8 or 9 months until we knew what our plan was and that we had some consistent readings. And so we're going to go ahead and get that HVAC work done over the next probably month. And that will bring in more fresh air and be able to mitigate that basement area where we had some problems, make everybody more comfortable. The the North 40 building, so that's where dispatch was relocated. I know that Jeff Kruger, who's giving their next update, has done a phenomenal job on getting his piece of that. I still have 2 small pieces of that project to close it out, and that was metal panels to go around the rooftop unit. Those were delivered. They'll be finished this week, I believe. I'll say next week just in case, the rain. And then there's a sound panel that we needed to install. It was a special made that had to go between the apartment and the dispatch center. So that panel, it was also shipped yesterday and will be here this week. So we'll get that installed. And then finally, closing out our basalt move, there was one outstanding issue that we had down there, and that was that fire door between the finance office and the county manager's space. That door was very old. It had a lot of problems. So we had to hold off on getting our last fire inspection and our CO, and we passed that this morning. So
Great.
We're done. We got our CO, and we're in good shape. So I think that's all I really have. We're just, like I said, just kind of closing out one year and starting to move into the other.
There's always new projects. Huh?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for Jody? Michael?
So Jody, so were you operating under a temporary CO? Is that?
We were operating under a temporary.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Well, good work, we can say that, and thanks for keeping all these different plates spinning at the same time.
Thank you.
And some of them are being successfully landed, and so we're really glad about that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the telecommunications update. And we have caught up on schedule, so that's good.
Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the Communications Manager for Pickens County.
And I'm Drew Peterson, Communications Project Engineer for Pickens County.
And so we'd like to provide you an update, what we've been working on really over the last 2 weeks. We do have some slides and pictures, and like presenting that way. So if you care to, please draw your attention to the screen. This is really a brief overview of what we've been working on within the telecommunications organization. We have completed the 911 dispatch center. As Jody just mentioned, there are only a couple of open action items right now, as well as a couple of facility open action items. We are going to have those fully completed here in the next week or two. One of the big issues that we're experiencing right now is the flood insurance claim. We had nearly 60 items of electronic equipment that was damaged in the flood. We've been working with the insurance adjuster. Jimena from HR, who does risk and safety, has been doing an amazing job with that. But there's a lot of work to do, and it's mainly gathering, what we had to do is gather up all the model numbers, serial numbers, and we're in the process of gathering up quotes in order to get replacement. I am happy to report that it does look like we are going to get replacement costs with our insurance, which is good news.
Very good news.
Broadband, the Phase 3 study was kicked off last week. Kara presented that at the last work session. This is going to be a 6-month study to come up with a detailed cost model. We're also going to be developing detailed designs as well as doing community outreach. Our grants, we did submit a grant to DOLA in the amount of $900K. This is a matching grant, which Pickens County would come up with the additional $900K. What this is allow us going to do is actually fund some of our broadband infrastructure needs, as well as move up some of our tower projects from 2018 to 2017. So it'll allow us to get that tower infrastructure much-needed replacement done a year earlier. We do have an oral presentation to DOLA scheduled right now for November 16th, and we're going to start the planning effort in preparation for that. Our translator system, I have some more charts on that, but we continue to replace some of our obsolete and aging equipment. We've also added 3 new translators to the system, and I'll go over that in a little more detail. Our digital trunked radio system, we completed the microwave backhaul loop design, and we've started the procurement process for that. And our tower projects, as you know, we've been kind of updating you on that every other week now with our 3 new tower projects that we have ongoing for 2016. And to the far right, I mainly just want to give some kudos to our team. I think we're the smallest organization within Pitkin County, but our team does amazing work. I've been here for a little over a year now, and just want to recognize our team for all that they've accomplished in the last year. All these systems are very complex. They're highly technical. We do the planning, the engineering, the design in-house. Of course, we contract out the construction work, but we also do the project management, schedules, budget for all those systems. But our team includes Drew Peterson over here, our new project engineer. Jeff Geltz is our radio technician. Jeff Pierce is our translator technician. And Kara Silbernagel has been working our broadband study.
Well, they're a great team, and you're doing a great job as a working unit, and we really appreciate that. You had a lot of compliments earlier from Joe DeSalvo at the Sheriff's Office as we went through his budget presentation.
Called you guys the 3 Jeffs.
The 3 Jeff team,
You'd have the 3 Johns, and we have 3 Jeffs.
So let me briefly talk about Translator. Translator continues to have issues. This is mainly due to an aging equipment as well as a aging infrastructure. Our current translator equipment is on the order of 15 to 20 years old. It's well beyond end of life. We've started a replacement schedule. Due to cost, it's a 3-year effort. A single TV translator costs about $17,000. We have 45 TV translators total throughout the valley. We have 41 FM translators, and we can't do it all in 1 year. So we've scheduled it out over a 3-year period. The little chart or graph on the right shows you how many units we have within the system and what we've replaced to date. The replacement is a IP-based system that supports remote monitoring. One of the problems we have today is unless we get a call from an actual user, we don't know what's down. This is going to allow us to actually get information back to our office in real time as to the status of our system. We did add 3 new FM licenses just recently. These were construction permits that were allocated a few years ago. We added a new FM station out of Sunlight. It's a Spanish-speaking station. It's KPVW. That was awarded through the Translator Advisory Board. We've also added 2 additional FM translators at Jackrabbit. And in our next Translator Advisory Board, we're going to put together, we're going to allow stations to submit their request, and then they will get awarded through the advisory board. Remote monitoring, I just spoke about that briefly. We are adding a new remote monitoring capability for all the new translators that are going into the system. This, again, is an IP-based system that will allow us to monitor the sites from our office in the jail building today. Public notifications, we're improving our public outreach to the community with regards to translator outages. We now put updates on our website when they occur. We have a voicemail, which is a translator-only voicemail, which we actually provide status on. And we also allow the community to have email notifications. So when there is a translator outage, they will automatically get updated via email. Our Translator Advisory Board is a 5-member board. It's a citizen advisory board. We added 2 new members this year. The 2 new I feel very good with this board. They're very enthusiastic. They want to help out. And in fact, we are planning to use some of their services in support of our broadband Phase 3 study in terms of doing community outreach.
I just have a small comment that is not specific to you per se, but it's really about more all boards that we work with. I think it's very important as new board members come on that through the attorney's office, however, there's a little bit of training related to conflict of interest and your roles and things like that. I don't know that we're perhaps doing that as much with our other boards as we do, let's say, with like P&Z, where it's very clear. But I just would like to offer that if you feel that any additional instruction or take some time with one of their board meetings along those lines, just those resources are available to you.
Okay. Thank you. And here's really an overall status of our translator sites. We have 8 translator sites today. As you can see, 4 of them are in either poor or extremely poor condition overall. We have a plan to upgrade these sites. Williams is currently being done right now. We anticipate that will be complete this year. And due to budget constraints, we've had to prioritize the other 3. Next year, we plan to do Elephant. In 2018, we plan to do Thomasville. And 2019, really depending on kind of some issues that we have between the owner of Lower Red as well as the Forest Service within Upper Red, is we will be replacing one of those sites. But as you can see, really, if you just look at Williams, Upper Red, Thomasville, and Elephant, every single item, tower, building, foundation, generator, equipment, it's either end of life or a safety hazard today.
So Jeff, if you're successful in getting the DOLA grant, would you be able to, how many additional sites would you be able to
So with the DOLA grant, what we do is move up Thomasville to 2017. Elephant is already budgeted for 2017. It is going to allow us to move up Thomasville, but we're also adding a site. It's not going to be a translator site. It's going to be a broadband site at Red Hill. That's a site that's currently inactive today. Red Hill sits right above Root Eye Reservoir. It's in Eagle County.
Okay, because there's 2 Red Hills. There's a Red Hill down by Carbondale, I guess.
Is that on Forest Service land?
It is.
So we've got approvals from the Forest Service?
We are working that approval now in anticipation for next year, yes. It does not, the DOLA grant would not then impact our Upper Red site right now.
And this is the conundrum we've talked about before, is that the system will provide service, obviously, to residents who are outside of Pickton County who are not necessarily paying into our translator fund. And then also, there's no ability legally to charge back those stations that we are carrying.
Yeah.
So it truly is a public service, plain and simple. And there's not new revenues coming in from the provision of that service. So we have to work with constrained budgets.
Right.
Okay.
And up next, Drew's going to fill us in on what's been going on with the tower projects.
Hey, thanks for having me. I think last time I was here, a lot of this was already covered, so it's not necessarily new information. Up at Williams, we are rebuilding it. All of the towers, ice bridges, foundations, trenching, layouts, design is all complete. Our building is a prefabricated building. It's actually being delivered tomorrow. Hopefully installed, but that road is pretty slick, so depending on how wet the road is, if we can drive it up the hill. But by the end of this week, weather depending, have that installed. Once that is installed, we're going to do the electrical work and transfer all of the equipment from our old shelter over the next month. Once we're done with that, we're done for the year until next spring, when we can install our generator and have the state come install the DTR system, and we'll be online. And Williams will be all complete. And after that, we will be removing all of the old shelter and all the old towers which are currently up there, cleaning up the site and making it look sharp. So you can see the pictures on the right. There's the 60-foot tower on the left and the 40-foot tower on the right, and they're looking pretty good. And this is our building. So if you're curious, this is actually just taken yesterday when they shipped it out. So this is our prefab building that's going to be put up there on site.
I thought it was a tiny house.
I was ready to move in.
It's going to be employee housing, maybe.
Yeah. Loge, again, I believe the board is aware of this. We've completed the platform, all the conduit and grounding work, and we have room in the ski patrol building for all of our equipment. Because the winter is already upon us and there's already snow up there, that's all the construction we're going to be doing until the spring, at which point we're going to be installing a generator, equipment racks, redo the electrical work to support all of our equipment that will go in there, bring up some propane as soon as the snow melts, and then we'll be ready for connection to the DTRS system next summer, as well as removing the old towers that are currently up there. Town of Snowmass Village also, we've completed the tower and all the grounding work for the tower. This winter we are still planning on doing the equipment shelter, installing all the utilities, making that T1 connection directly to North 40, and by next spring it will also be ready for connection to the digital trunk radio system. And then as Jeff mentioned in that previous thing, or in the previous slide, we do have some other upcoming projects. We're also doing Aspen Water this winter. It will be a project done concurrently with the work at Town of Snowmass Village. In 2017, we are planning on rebuilding Elephant, which you can see in the picture on the right. It is in a serious state of disrepair. The pictures really make it look a lot prettier than it is. 2018, we have scheduled Thomasville and Red Hill.
Looks like it.
I'm
looking at the noxious weeds in that.
Yeah.
Pointed them out.
I was thinking about that.
So Thomasville is on the left, and depending on the DOLA grant, we may be doing that in 2018 or possibly next year, crossing our fingers, followed by rebuilding or building a site on McClure so we can get better access down to Marble, as well as redoing Upper or Lower Red.
We don't have a site secured for McClure's, do we?
Not yet, no, that's still in the making.
But that background work will be going on
Yes.
over the next couple of years.
But isn't that a challenge to try to, because
Yeah,
it's a Forest Service land again, and I
it's
thought there was
Forest
a problem.
Service land. Right now, the Forest Service has an issue with bringing power up to that site. So they've asked us to look at alternative sites. Every alternative leads to McClure. And but until the Forest Service basically grants us permission to proceed, there's really nothing we can do at this point. So we're kind of waiting on them, and once that happens, then it requires a full-blown EIS study, which in itself is about a 1-year turnaround. So that's originally we were hoping to do. When the planning started for McClure last year, our thought was we might be able to get this done in 2017. It does qualify for DOLA grant, 50% matching, up to $2 million, and so we would certainly take advantage of that if that does happen. But right now, the soonest that McClure would happen, assuming that U.S. Forest Service grants us the ability to proceed and we do the EIS study, would now be 2018.
And who?
Go ahead.
Who would do the EIS? It would, or
We
is
would
the EA or
we
EIS?
would.
I mean, who would pay for that? Was it the county or the Forest Service?
That would be actually a DOLA grant as well.
A DOLA grant would cover it.
On that, it just strikes me that perhaps that's something we could talk to the Forest Service about during our next quarterly meeting with them. And I know we don't have one scheduled now, but perhaps trying to fit that into the January schedule would be timely to keep this moving forward. I would be hopeful that perhaps this would qualify for an EA as opposed to a full-blown EIS. But that would be something for us to discuss. And as the Forest Service knows, it's mutually beneficial to their users as well when people are having emergencies at campsites and don't have cell access. So we'll keep working on our side of that as well as your side of that, and
That'd
just
be
keep
great,
us informed
yes.
as to what we can do and what we need to bring forward.
Just note the DOLA grant funds that we are talking about. We have a grant and we'll be going for a presentation. I will actually be going for that presentation also. It's energy impact funds, which we have not
Tried to pursue
we have
in a long time.
or been as successful historically. We've been encouraged, I think, strongly by DOLA because of the governor's priority and the strength of our application, what it is we're doing, to go ahead and go into this process. But as you know, there's an advisory committee that we'll be presenting to. I'm pretty familiar with that process. So they aren't guaranteed funds just yet.
Yeah.
But I do think we've put together as strong a project as there is for these grant funds at this point.
Yeah. Well, and I'd imagine you've already checked with some of our neighboring counties who may again be potentially their residents seeing benefits from these improvements in telecommunications to offer letters of support, or if we're hopefully not in conflict with their applications too much. So, okay.
And that's all we have.
Okay. The one thought I had, which both Steve and Patty, being former weed board members, really were able to jump the gun on me. But Drew, when you mentioned cleanup at the end of these projects, and we're taking the old towers out and things like that, I think we need to make sure we're looking at some re-veg work so there's not, erosion issues in the future, as well as, having someone with our weed board come up and take a look and see if we need to do some weed mitigation as well at the same time. Be good neighbors about the project as a whole, because once there's ground disturbance, there's just that much more opportunity for the weeds to set in.
Yeah, that was actually included in our RFP within our contract, so revegetation.
Okay.
Which sites are helicopter access only?
Elephant and Thomasville.
So I'll do the weed control at Elephant.
What's that?
I'll do the weed mitigation.
Okay, yes.
Flyer on up there.
Dying to go for a ride in one of those helicopters.
Other questions, Steve?
I'm curious, the power line to Williams Hill, is that still the original power line that was put in many years ago, or has that been upgraded? Or do you know?
The power line is the original power line, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was a teenager, I went up with, I think he was still County Commissioner Oris Gerboz at that time, and we were burying the power line by just going along by hand and shoveling dirt on top of that. Right after when the first television service was put up there on Williams Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just curious if that was still going. I envy
Good job,
your
Steve.
jobs.
You guys buried it really well.
I was getting to go up to these places. That's like
Me too. That's
maybe
why
one
I
of the
do
best
weed.
jobs in the county.
Okay.
Don't
Well,
tell
do you need anything else from us? Again, just we appreciate keeping in touch.
Yeah,
and,
good job. We like
it. Love seeing it move forward. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is Kurt Dahl with the proposed Bureau of Land Management supplemental rules. I think that may have been something I forwarded to somebody at some point, that they were coming up with new, trying to make the landscape more friendly for recreationalists, and so wanted to evaluate it's a public comment period, whether we want to comment or not.
We've had a lot of BLM rules upgrades.
They've been doing a lot of stuff lately.
Kurt Dahl, Pickens County Environmental Health Manager. Rachel, you forwarded a link to Cindy Hubin, the Community Development Director, asking us to take a look at these, and then Cindy forwarded it to me and Ellen Sassano, and I drew the short straw. So I'm kidding. I happened to look at these first, and they seemed pretty quick. What these are, there are 21 rules, and the title is Prohibited Acts on Public Lands and BLM Facilities in Colorado. So these are specific to the state of Colorado, and it's really a code of conduct. These are rules about you can't impede somebody from accessing a BLM facility, you can't incite a riot, you can't participate in a riot, a lot of behavioral pieces in this. You can't camp on BLM property after hours. If you are demonstrating, you must demonstrate in a designated area if the BLM has designated a demonstration area. And then there are some discussions in there about firearms, target practice. If you're going to do target practice, you have to use some type of approved backstop so that it will stop bullets. Targets have to be paper, plastic, metal constructed for target practice, or clay pigeons that can decompose. You must pick that up afterwards. You can't use explosive rounds or explosive devices or chemical devices without permission. So it's really a code of conduct. And, the only piece that I thought interesting in this, and when you looked at the definitions, the definition of a riot was a violent protest of 3 or more people, but then the regulation says that you can't incite a riot of 5 or more people. So I didn't understand the difference in numbers and if they're implying that 4 people is okay. But there was a difference in numbers of what they were looking at. But, it appeared to me to make sense that really it was just trying to get some rules in place on what type of conduct is appropriate on BLM lands and property.
Did this come out of Oregon?
I'm not sure. The other comment
Or
that Nevada was when we were talking about these at the planning staff meeting, that was Mike Kramer's comment. He wondered if these were really coming out of the protests in Nevada. So, but I honestly don't know what
It sounds like
started
it
it.
may have. Well,
Yeah.
So you didn't see anything that jumped out at you as something that we would have an issue with on our BLM lands here?
No. It was, conduct and reasonable behavior type pieces. So I was surprised that this wasn't already included, quite frankly. I think I've seen this included in other public lands. So I think this has probably just been an oversight that they're including now.
So do you think we need to comment about the numbers, 3 to 5 or 4 to 6, or do you think we're good to go?
It's one of those, it just seemed a little strange to me when I was looking at them, that the difference in numbers. Certainly we could say, hey, did you intend for these things to be the same, because definitionally and then, what you have in the regulation aren't the same, but.
And so the potential would be to write a letter on the public comment period to say, we're generally supportive of these rules and code of conduct as you see them. We would like to question.
Clarification.
Clarification on this one area. It seems a little discordant, and go from there. The other one thing I think it might be worth checking in on is literally just with the sheriff's office and see if they see any conflict with peaceful protest. And they're obviously saying violent protest versus peaceful protest, but or any of the shooting regulations. But otherwise, it's something that often the BLM can try to do the simplest things, and they get an awful lot of blowback from the folks in favor of the transfer movement, who would like to do anything they want on those lands. And so I think it's always good when we can weigh in with a letter of support.
I was going to say, it's nice that shows that we're paying attention to the stuff that we get from them, and I think they'll appreciate that by just doing a simple letter and thanking them for their time, and we're supportive of this, and we just want to clarify that.
Okay, does that seem to be sufficient to the other board members? See everyone nodding? Okay.
I did like the piece that they excluded glass for the targets. Growing up on the Front Range, I can tell you all the places that are just full of glass from those being used as targets. So it's just mounds and mounds of glass. I've seen places where there's 3 and 4 feet deep of glass from targets. So, yeah.
Okay. Did you see anything that you thought they might want to include that they hadn't thought of with those?
Honestly, no. Again, with the behavioral stuff, that's kind of out of my expertise, and I can check with the sheriff's office and see if they do have any comments. So, but it made sense to me. It's using explosive targets or anything that's going to create a fire. They, obviously, you want permission to do that. That makes sense to me. We don't want to create a fire.
Yeah.
So there wasn't anything that really jumped out at me or anything that I thought in terms of inclusion. Was like I said, I was more surprised that they were already in regulation somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. Well, thank you for your time and being right on top of that. Yeah. And I'll come Dev office. Appreciate that. Yep. We now would move into board discussion.
Thanks, Rachel. I have just a couple items for you. First, just so the board's aware, I did provide a brief presentation at the ACRA, I think it's called Advance Meeting. It's in advance of their strategic planning discussions. may be a little bit in the press tomorrow on it. Really presented statistics about changes in income and such over the last 30 years in Pickens County and what it might mean and how it relates to our challenges of housing and healthcare and transportation, all that, all those sorts of things. And so hopefully that'll be part of their discussion as they go into strategic planning, but just in case there's something in the paper, wanted you to be aware that's where I was this morning. Yeah. The other thing I had is last time we were here, you asked to have staff bring back some information on Amendment 69, which is the universal health care. And I want to preface everything by this is a really complicated issue to debrief and look at. What Amendment 69 does is it creates a single-payer universal health system in Colorado. And it accomplishes that through a 10% payroll tax, with 2/3 of that 10% paid by the employer and the remaining 1/3 paid by the employee. Right now, it's estimated that payroll tax would produce somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 billion in revenues that would be used to fund the single-payer system in Colorado. It would be inclusive of all employer and private insurance, would basically be replaced by Colorado Cares, as well as Medicaid would be administered in Colorado by this Colorado Cares organization that would be stood up to manage it.
$25 billion over how long?
Per year.
Annually.
Just want to clarify.
Yeah, and I almost wanted to say, yeah, that's with a B.
With a B for A.
Per year. So there would still be the option, I guess, to buy private insurance if you wanted to buy up from whatever that Colorado Cares plan ends up being. It is not clear exactly what that would look like, if it would be a Medicare type plan or what have you. The system would be administered by a 21-member board. Initially, that board would be appointed, and within 3 years, it would be elected on a rotating term. The revenues are outside of Tabor, and so that 21-member board, if costs were rising at a greater rate than the revenues generated, would actually have the ability to raise that payroll tax.
Without a vote.
Right. And or the other way they could manage that would be to reduce the reimbursement rates. And I think that's where it starts to get complicated, and looking at the legislation is what's the likelihood and potential impacts of either of those levers being pulled. If you're reducing reimbursement rates, do you discourage doctors from practicing in Colorado? How does it impact care accessibility, those sorts of things? By the same token, if you do it on the revenue side, because it is outside of Tabor and the legislature, this 21-member board would have the ability under the amendment to raise that tax. I think there's just uncertainty about how that would look going forward.
Can I ask, was there any mention anywhere, or do you have any thoughts, what if you leave the state? Does it cover you, because we have such a traveling population here, especially in our community?
Yeah, and so I didn't see it.
That might not be
I don't know if
detailed
it's
out
that
yet.
detailed out yet. And are there ways for the plan to deal with those sorts of things by buying into networks and those sorts of things, just like a regular insurance company does? Absolutely. And so my sense is that there would be some type of network purchase, but I don't know what that would look like right now. The obligations in terms of types of things that would be covered, all the ambulatory patient services, primary care services, prescription drugs and durable medical equipment, mental health, substance use disorder, including behavioral health, emergency and urgent care, preventive and wellness services, rehabilitative and habilitative services, pediatric services, laboratory services, maternity and palliative and end-of-life care. So it would be comprehensive, as most insurance plans, for example, that you would purchase on the exchange are comprehensive today. As far as figuring out the real question is this a proposal that necessarily would work or not work? That's where there's probably a lot more conflicting information out there. The Independent Colorado Health Institute did say that they did not believe the initial funding would be adequate, so that there would probably need to be some increase in the neighborhood of 25 to 30% over the next 10 years. That's frankly not out of line with what's happening with healthcare costs increases anyway. On a bipartisan level, it has had a lot of opposition. There have been everywhere from the governor's office to most elected officials in the legislature, as well as a number of local officials. There's been a great deal of opposition to it. There are a number of groups supporting it also that are looking forward to a day when maybe there is a single payer kind of system. But right now, it looks like there's probably more opposition to it right now than there has been support. In terms of what it would mean for the county, like if this were implemented as proposed today, it would bring us out of that providing insurance and some of the wellness benefits that we currently work to provide to employees at 10% of payroll. Frankly, it is cheaper than what we're paying right now. What we can't assess is what does that coverage look like on the other side.
They say similar to a bronze plan is what I've read.
And right now ours are more similar to silver and gold plans right now. So there actuarially would probably be a decrease in those benefits levels. But it's difficult to say without really seeing those plan designs and understanding what they are.
No vision, no dental.
I did not see vision or dental included in there, so those might be benefits that the county would still plan. They're very small.
If you're on Medicare with a supplemental, since that's a federal program?
Medicare isn't impacted by it, but Medicaid is.
So, for example, in my case, I would be having this much taken out of my paycheck, and so would my husband, taken out of his little paychecks that he gets. But we also are paying for Medicare and supplemental, so we'd be paying for him pretty much twice for the people who can't afford it.
Yeah. So it's difficult to give a recommendation one way or another, but I wanted to bring a little bit of the information on the ballot question to you.
Steve?
I've heard some people claiming, people in support of it, that the $25 billion is a lot, but actually that's a net gain for people because they're paying more right now. Do you have any figures on what the net gain or loss would be in people's
Be difficult to tell what kind of
It's
insurance
almost
they have.
impossible to say for each individual circumstance.
But for people on Medicare who's still working, you're paying twice because you're paying for your Medicare because it comes out of your Social Security payments.
Yeah, and for the county, it varies and such, but we budget approximately $16,000 on average per an FTE. Now, if there's family coverage, it's more. If it's single, it's less. So on and so forth. That is significantly more than we'd be paying on at least the initial proposal of a 10%, 2/3 of a 10% payroll tax. But again, I can't say, so yes, I think they're, at least as initially proposed. I think there are questions out there about whether that 10% is sustainable or whether it'd have to go up. And then, to Rachel's point, I think, the anticipation is of that bronze level kind of benefit plan, but I didn't see anything that really spelled out what it would be. I think that would get stood up afterwards.
It is for the public in the blue book, kind of outlined, and what the people pro and con say. It's full of a lot of terms that if it passes, these rules shall be promulgated. Those rules shall be promulgated. So there's a lot of rulemaking, that would happen behind here. And as you're raising the point, I'm really unsure of what would happen to the subsidies that are currently, if you're signing up through Colorado Connect and you're a lower income person, you have subsidies to help buy your insurance. So it's ambitious.
Yeah.
I'm not sure all the details are.
And there's still that population out there who doesn't believe that they need health care insurance, even though legally they're supposed to have it.
I think that's kind of part of what they were
and those
thinking.
people will be going, wait a minute. And there's a misconception of people who go, great, the government's going to pay for me to have health care insurance, not realizing that their paychecks are going to be smacked with this percentage that has this fluctuating ability to go up or down.
Yeah, and it is contrad by, our average increase on the exchange right now in Pickens County is 35%, and that is a challenge. I think as folks are looking at the pros and cons, I think it's difficult to say that the proposal is fully baked enough to fully vet and give a really good pro and con to you guys.
And we only have about 10 minutes left for other open discussion items, so I think that was a good discussion and people could hear those questions that we have. John, other items?
That's all I have for you today.
Okay, I have just a couple here. I want to make sure we didn't see it reprinted in future agendas, but this Thursday is our meeting with Snowmass Village at 5:30 at the Snowmass Club. Is that correct?
That's
John?
correct, and we'll be sending out a little bit more of an agenda. I was able to talk to the Snowmass manager over lunch, and I think the intention right now is to meet there, have a little bit of time for the boards to socialize, start dinner, and then we'll get into the 3 presentations that we had lined out for open space and trails, the aging well in Pickens County, and then a brief update on the broadband and such. And we'll try and keep those brief, and then any other conversation that the 2 boards decide they want to have. But it'll be a combination, providing some time for all of you to get to know each other a little bit better in a more social setting, as well as doing some business.
Very good. And as we discussed before, I think everyone's pretty much getting up there on their own. Patty, if you want to talk to me, we could carpool.
I'm going to be coming from Down Valley.
You'll be coming from Down Valley. So anyhow, everyone's going to get up there on their own or make arrangements with others who are Down Valley. Do other board members have other open discussion items today?
I have one.
Steve?
Just an FYI, I was at the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union Policy Committee over the weekend, and we are proposing a change to the policy to oppose the transfer of federal lands to states. And it wasn't me who brought it up, it was one of the other people there.
Very nice.
So that was like, and it's being proposed, it would have to be adopted in November by the
larger group,
by the people at the convention. So
well,
it's encouraging, though.
That is encouraging, and just let me know. I can supply you with some of the resolution other counties have passed, and I find some of the best information. I have a Google alert set for transfer of public lands to the state, but actually Googling opposition to will get you to the resources of agencies that have really put together a lot of footwork on that. So very good, Steve. That's very interesting.
The lights just went on that one.
Yeah, let there be light. I have one item that I need to bring up with the board, and I guess this will be a little bit more of a cursory overview, but you all are familiar over the past years at this point of kind of issues ongoing with Colorado Counties, Inc., and how it operates and some of the power structures that are inherent in the organization, given the one vote per county, regardless of what your dues are to the organization or your population base. So you have a lot of counties that tend to be very, very conservative with very low populations that create a numerical advantage. And as that came to a head a few years ago, we were able to process a bylaws change that required a 65% supermajority of the organization to take positions on bills or not. And as kind of it seemed to be the every action has an equal and opposite reaction, the reaction to that was that at the leadership elections this last January, it was pretty much run the table, all appointment of conservative folks to those boards as leadership or chair and or vice chair. I think one lady made it in as a vice chair, Nancy Jackson, on criminal justice. Even though she was the one who started that committee, they would not award her the chairmanship for the first year. And so the organization began a 360-degree review, they were calling it, looking at what could make the organization better. They surveyed members, and they had a work session on that, which Steve attended as an observer. You were not actually a participant unless you were a chair or vice chair already, or a district chair, those sort of things. One of the recommendations that's coming back for the broader membership to vote on at their annual conference in Colorado Springs is going to be to eliminate the 65% supermajority to take a position on bills and to lower it back to a simple majority, 50% plus one. And what that means is that if a bill wouldn't have normally made it onto the legislative agenda for the year, you can find an outside sponsor and your own lobbyist and then get it introduced into the House or the Senate. And then from there, it comes back to CCI to say, do we support or not support? And they win with the 50% plus one vote. So, you know, you may have turned it down initially as part of the legislative agenda for CCI itself, but once it's introduced into legislature by someone else, they take the position, and it's a lower threshold to support or not. And so, as we talked about before, some of those proposals were very damaging to counties like Pickens County in terms of closeout dollars for CCAP or other opportunities. As a result of this ongoing turmoil for quite a while, there have been a number of counties that kind of discuss it informally and who are considering whether or not there should be a counterweight or additional group to CCI that would be similar, I would say, to what Colorado Municipal Leagues is, the all-state municipal organization, but then you have the Colorado Association of Ski Towns on the other hand that can deal much more specifically with issues and concerns of a select group. Climate change is a really good example that CAST is involved in that the greater CML really wouldn't take up. And so I don't know what the final outcome of this will be. It's just is really an update for you guys. It is a very important issue in terms of the presence and the influence we're able to have on state legislative matters. So this coming election will determine the makeup of various boards, whether they get more progressive, go more conservative, you know, what their interests are in this organization of CCI. And then secondly, what the vote will be at the annual meeting, which is the last few days of November, whether that 65-35 rule goes away and it goes back to being just more of a power broker situation. In anticipation of that, I would see there's a couple of opportunities or a couple of paths this may take. One would be that the 65% rule stays in place, and maintaining CCI membership would be very important to be one of those votes that hold up that 35% margin to kill bad bills and to take away the lobbying support of this organization from bad bills. The other, but we still may want to, in adjunct with that, be part of forming a bit of a lobbying group that can support more progressive bills. Again, whether it's climate change or renewable energies or public land policies or things like that. Similar, again, like CAST to CML, a secondary group that's participating alongside. Should that larger group go away to where it's going to be a simple majority rules the day, I think our participation in CCI as a whole would really not necessarily be valuable to us and would not be the appropriate way to go. And in that case, we would look potentially to what has been currently our CCI contribution, going more towards a more robust secondary group to be able to present and lobby and act on the bad bills or good bills. So I'm bringing this up primarily, not to bore you, but because we're in the middle of budget season, and there could be some budget implications if we are able to move forward with the idea of a secondary adjunct group. There may be an ask of $6,000, something like that, to be able to participate in a meaningful way. If we end up with not being a CCI member in the future, I think it may be the only way we start to see true structural or physical change in how that organization operates. We would be able to reallocate the dollars that we've been spending on that currently towards the same sort of activities of a legislative presence and participating, again, potentially at NACO through other means. So
What's the price we put in right now for the?
I think our annual dues are approximately $25,000, and then we have a contribution to public lands that's about $3,000, and then we pay also part of the cost of traveling for NACO, and I think that will come in at about $3,500 or $4,000.
We're talking 33 to 35,000.
Plus the cost of conferences and things like that.
And the cost of all the travel for the two of you to go to Denver.
And back and things like that.
timeframe.
So anyhow, I'm just looking to seeing it spent the most effectively and not just being a member of an organization because they got a certain name on it, and what really brings back the type of results we need. As you guys are well aware, last June the organization declined to oppose the transfer of public lands to the states, and they're really just not necessarily aligned with us the way we would like. So that's going to be an item for future consideration. There's a few other shoes that have to fall before we know which direction it's going to take, but I just wanted to put that out there for a potential placeholder in the budget and make sure everyone's kind of up to date on that. So if there's no further questions at this time, we'll take our 15-minute break and reconvene at 2:45 for the Buttermilk parking lot discussion. Thank you.
I'm fine.
I feel like I just got back.
Wait, well, how about we just take a quick, 5-7 minute restroom break and then we'll start.
Here.
All right. Amy, let me know. We're back on the air. Very good. Thank you, everyone, for watching. It's Tuesday, October 25th. It's about 2:36 in the afternoon, and you've tuned into the Board of County Commissioners meeting. We are now going to discuss the Buttermilk parking lot.
Great. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county. And the purpose of today's item is really to have a dialogue with the board on possibly changing the way the Buttermilk parking lot functions. Now, I'll get into some budget items, but really this is just to see if the board's interested in changing the way this parking lot functions. We acquired it with the state of Colorado for the purposes of transit parking and recreational access back during the Basalt to Buttermilk days where we took care of the highway and needed this property. Since then, we've seen changes in the need. It's not being well utilized for transit parking. We have between 20 and 30 cars a day parking there to access RAFTA. It is signed as day parking only. And this past summer, we had a lot of violations. We just didn't have the capacity to enforce the day parking only. With the arrival of Patrick through community development, we were able to clean up that lot because we had campers there. We had a lot of cars being stored there. And now that we've cleaned it up, I think people have gotten the word.
Brian, as you go forward, I really want one bit of clarification to begin with.
Yes.
Which parts of this area, you have a map, is that all the 23 acres that CDOT had that we now are the sole ownership, or is some of that the parking that was owned by the ski company and owned by the base of Buttermilk ski area? Because they're so integrated, it's hard to tell the difference.
Well, let's look at the map for a second.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
Highway up 82 is at the top of the page. And to the left, you'll see,
Rachel, do you want me to I'm fine. Go ahead.
okay, and I'm going to scroll down a little bit. The A, B, and C parking lot, and then later on D, is all county property.
Okay.
Just to the right of that is ski company parking, closer to Buttermilk and to Bumps and to the hideout. So that's really there's a line of cottonwoods in between the parking areas, but the area on the left is all county property.
Okay, thank you. And that was the realigned Owl Creek Road that used to go right next to the ski company's parking, but now has been moved over to the side of our parking lot.
Correct. So Owl Creek Road was moved as part of this land exchange.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So in working with Mitch Ozier, the City of Aspen Parking Department, and he would be here, he was called away and wasn't able to attend the meeting. He wanted to be here to make this presentation with you.
Brian, because when you talked earlier about cleaning up the parking lot and getting it cleaned up, but one way to think about parking is how people are violating parking, right? Or violating the whatever rules. So what was going on over there? Was it mainly storage of vehicles? Is that what it was?
Yeah, we had people really camping in the parking lot. We had people storing vehicles. At one point, we had a chiropractor working his practice out of the parking lot. So there were multiple uses of that parking lot going on, which violated the day parking only.
The day parking only.
Right. And so we would tag a car, and then we would tow a day or two later, and that's the way we handled that situation.
So was the chiropractor bent out of shape then?
Okay. Keep going, but then we're going to look back at this presentation.
Is the fruit stand, is that on that ski company property?
Yeah, the fruit stand's on ski company parking. They would like to be in this parking area, but it's just not zoned for that. But these are all great questions, and really what you need to hear is we can do with this parking lot what we want during the summertime. In the wintertime, it's heavily used by people accessing Highlands through the Highland shuttle and then also using Buttermilk as a ski area. What we do not want to do, though, in any change is preclude its use for transit parking or for people accessing county trails. That was the purpose of the parking lot condemnation originally, but in talking to the county attorney's office, we can modify the use of this parking lot during the summertime as long as we allow transit parking to take place.
So Brian, at this point, in the wintertime, we don't segregate out any parking spots specifically for RAFTA?
No, there's not. There's no designation of RAFTA parking versus someone getting on the shuttle to go to Highlands. And we could do that. So this is really a clean slate for the board to think about on how we want to handle parking. What we've proposed here is just one scenario for you to consider. We do know that people like to leave their car for more than one day. We do know that there is a need in our area for construction and commercial staging of vehicles, which would help flow and mobility on Highway 82. I already have people in line wanting to use this part of this parking lot for construction and commercial staging. So.
And so there is a lot of background to all of this, and the one piece I really don't have and recall is the commitments made at Highlands Village when that was created. I think that was somewhat underparked at the base of Highlands with a ski company commitment that they would run shuttles from Buttermilk. So have they allocated a certain amount of their parking lot for Highlands parkers?
And I don't know the answer to that question. So really what I focused on were those months of the year where skiing was not in session, between April and November, when this lot is virtually empty and has a lot of capacity that could help the community. So those are the months that we're really looking at, is during the summertime when it's not being utilized.
Okay. This is just me, guys, and anyone else's thoughts. I feel like this is a good start, because it's a lot easier to be an editor than an originator. But I feel like I need more information to make a final decision, and particularly I'd like feedback from RAFTA of how many transit users do they think they would have, or could they have, or how much should truly be set aside for transit. And I'd like to see how we could work with the ski company so that we were truly preserving some of the winter parking for transit users, as opposed to just ski or shuttle and ski operations. You'd hate to have someone getting accustomed to really using the transit and then find that they have no parking in the winter months. And that to me is a little bit of a challenge that we have to overcome here. The memo does say clearly that we are now the sole owners, and so I'm assuming that gives us the right to be able to charge some of these fees, which you're suggesting. And I would be the first to agree that in the summer, areas that you have on this marked as in Lot C probably are somewhat excess parking, and to be able to stage and to allow carpools to take off from there, meet there, and then leave the other cars, and however that happens, that makes a lot of sense. But I'm interested in kind of developing more of a strategic parking plan for the winter as well, so that, it just doesn't make any sense to get people used to having a parking area, and then come November 28th, they don't have it. And I know Buttermilk's not open till later, but you understand the concept. And then I think we really have to look to what type of signage so other people do not become confused about which area they're parking in. And the whole transit area was filled, so they parked on B, and then they get ticketed because they don't have a permit. I want to avoid that. And again, the last thing I really want is to have more of a diligent ticketing or warning system first before towing. And I realize with the cleanup this year that might have been a little different, but even the city of Aspen with its paid parking program, if it's your first ticket on that license plate, they will waive it as a educational process to go forward. And so it's really about more how do you implement as opposed to do you implement. But
I think the city's warning period is over.
I think it's still, if it's just your first one on a given license plate.
That was over.
Yeah. Michael?
Well, I'd like to have a discussion on even a more conceptual basis. In other words, what is parking? Why do we need parking? What does parking do? Seriously, I mean, if you charge for parking, for instance, and it's expensive, it makes people unhappy. If they can't find parking, it makes people unhappy. So there's a lot of things that parking is and isn't for people. So what Brian has here is just suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not ready to go ahead with these suggestions. They're interesting. And I think your concept, Rachel, of, well, if we're going to have transit parking we can't really have it for part of the year. We should have it, at least designated transit parking. So that's probably true. But the rest of this parking, I'm not sure about. So I think we should discuss it at a very wide basis and not say, okay, we're going to be like the city of Aspen or like any other place. And what are our other parking lots? And so just a low level, a conceptual level, not this lot's going to be $50, this lot, So what's the town like? What does the town need? What do we need? I think the parking C is primarily for long-term parking for construction people, right? That's what it's called for here. Do we need that? I don't know. Will construction guys use it? Should we charge it all to begin with? Should it just be an educational process with parking for various uses designated? See how people use it. I don't know. I don't think we need to leap right into designated areas and costs right away. So.
Well, and to be clear, this is a proposal that would potentially begin next April.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So there's certainly, as Michael is saying, and I would agree with a larger discussion of it. I have no qualms about that. And maybe that's kind of what I'm calling for without having named it. Because the other thing I think we need to do is really look and see how does this loop into the environmental impact study, the record of decision for the entrance to Aspen, and what those anticipated transit numbers were or considered to be. And there was a series of parking lots that would make that work, and the first was Brush Creek, and the second is Buttermilk. And that's why you got that CDOT money in there, as you said, to make transit work. And so to take that larger look, and maybe it's even a bit of an EOT discussion, even though we're the sole owners, it is still part of a system that should work together fluidly. Patty?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this parking lot. It's used for multiple purposes. It's used for people to, of course, drive ride their bikes into town, take transit into town. It's used for people who meet people. Somebody drops off a car, they go somewhere, they come back and pick that person up if they're coming from different destinations. We were talking about putting a WeCycle station there, which would encourage transit use. People could drive and ride a WeCycle into town. It's used for construction parking. It's used for overnight parking. It's used for airport parking. It's used for people skiing, people hiking the trails. What makes sense is to take A and B and make them for parking for transit use, miscellaneous use, I would think, because it's closer to the station. C, I would look at the numbers for construction, overnight, 72-hour parking, that kind of things, with a parking fee to use that on a long-term basis. And I like the idea of using that back for D for people who are going to use the trails. My bigger concern would be, that to me is the need for that parking lot, because it services so many needs of vehicles and transit users and hikers. In the winter, it would be an interesting question to see if the Buttermilk runs out of parking for Buttermilk. It gets crammed there. You just never know from a day to day. And I haven't heard any issues from people who try to use it for transit in the morning before the lifts open if they have an issue with not being able to find a place to park. I have not heard that. Doesn't mean that somebody hasn't heard it. So that would be something that I would be interested in knowing. Enforcement, hiring with the city, but still would be difficult. It's difficult because of where it is. But the cities, you can call up on your phone and you can get a thing, and then if somebody goes to check it, they call your license plate, see if you got a pass for 48 hours, 72 hours construction, did you pay the fee? It's all on phones now, and so that would be how you could do different forms of parking in parking lot C. You could call and say, I need it for 8 hours, I need it for 72, I need it for construction, and buy your permit right online. And that you'd have it the only way. If you can't do it that way, you don't park here. And so that to me would be a good place to start the discussion, just giving you my knowledge of seeing how that parking lot used. I used to park there, and then walk to Planet Earth in the mornings and then come back. So there's a lot of people who use it to walk to the ABC. They don't necessarily ride a bike or take a bus, they walk. And so that's a different form of transit user. So it's a very diverse parking lot.
George? And it'd be an interesting discussion to include the airport advisory group, whatever that group is called.
SCIC.
Because I think when we look at long-term competitive off-site parking for the users of the airport, we talked about intercept lot, but I think this provides a really good opportunity because it's so close. You may be able to coordinate down the road with the Inn at Aspen for shuttles back and forth. Certainly, if you're leaving the airport, you've got the RAFTA stop right there and stops at Buttermilk again. So I'd like to have a discussion in terms of what that would look like for X amount of designated spots that would be less expensive than the current long-term parking at the airport. So it's off-site, it's competitive, and it provides that opportunity.
Just in the summer, though, you're talking?
I would do it. I would, long term, I would look year round because, again, if you're going to want to have people get into the pattern of knowing that there's going to be parking, whether you're going to be using RAFTA or WeCycle or the airport, that there should be a certain amount of spots designated.
Steve?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about this. Any of these uses we've described, like construction parking, if it's keeping construction parking off of the streets of Aspen, it's being successful in diverting traffic congestion inside of Aspen. Same way with the overnight parking. And sometimes we leave the car overnight for a couple of nights in one of the RAFTA parking lots, even though we're not supposed to. But
TV, Steve.
It's like at Old Snowmass, parking right is never full. There's always room there.
That's not true.
But so I could see doing charging a small fee for those special uses during the summer for long-term parking for people who need a place to put a car rather than parking it somewhere in town and clogging town up more, or for construction use. I would love it if we could fill the whole parking lot up with people parking, for transit use. Park there and ride the bus into town every day. If we could fill all of A and B up like that all the time, that would be my long-term goal, to have it be on par with the Intercept parking lot in terms of capturing cars and not having them go clear into town. So I think we need to be flexible. If we were designating an area, we need to be able to expand the transit area just on demand and move the line back, that if we get more and more people parking there for transit, or to park there and ride their bicycle into town, or whatever reason, anything to keep cars from going into town. Up in the town parking lot in Snowmass Village, they have designated parking sites for the rec center users only. And the people who are just parking for day skiing or whatever aren't supposed to park in those spots, but might be worth talking to Dave Peckler and see how that works for them. If there are people trying to go to the rec center who can't get a parking place, or if that system is abused, but maybe we would have to put something saying these parking spots reserved for transit users only, just to be sure to keep enough of them open. But I'd check with Snowmass Transportation to see how it works for them. Maybe it doesn't work, but it seemed to me that it probably was working, because there usually would be some empty spots there by the rec center if that's where somebody was driving there to use that.
So, Michael?
Well, sort of addressing what Steve said, one of the problems with buttermilk is that it's after the traffic jam. So that's a problem that makes it less useful because you've just spent a half an hour in traffic. I'm not sure if you're going to pull into buttermilk and then get on it, but I don't know. The more useful parking lot for that is the intercept lot. So this has special characteristics that are different somehow from, say, just because of its location. And also, one of the major characteristics is it's easily accessible from Snowmass. So it definitely would intercept people from Snowmass, but it's not. I don't think it'll intercept people on 82. But
well, just that's part of why I was calling for a little bit of a review of the record of decision, because whether you're talking basalt to buttermilk or buttermilk to Aspen, it's supposed to be an integrated system between the HOV lanes, the transit, parking lots, and things like that. Because I recall that it was relatively obvious that not everyone was going to be, close to the transit line, and there would need to be areas to catch those, so that if you were coming from Lanedo or Woody Creek and you weren't riding the shuttle, you could park at the Brush Creek Intercept lot and take the bus in. The same as you alluded to, Michael, that if you were in Snowmass Village and you weren't taking the bus, for whatever reason, and you decided to drive, you could come through Owl Creek and then park at the Buttermilk parking lot and then take the bus in from there. But it was more the idea of dispersed households, whether you have anyone from, the Buttermilk Homeowners Association coming down and taking transit from there. But it was the different catchments of the intercept lots are for dispersed populations that are basically not within walking distance of a RAFTA stop. So to me, I think there's a couple of things we really need to keep in mind. This looks like a bigger work session, in January or something like that. So that even though we, quote, have ownership, it still is part of an integrated transportation program that was what we had originally created the half penny for, was this triangle of traffic between Aspen, Snowmass, and Mid-Valley. So I think there could be some information that would inform our decisions with the record of decision. There were older origin and destination studies done. They're very expensive to do. I'm not suggesting we do a new one unless it's coming out of the work that Ralph Trapani and those guys are doing. And we may want to let them know this asset, how does that figure into some of their mobility planning that they're looking at now. It's clearly something we need to discuss and work with the city on, because we're talking about partnership potentially for the enforcement or things like that. The thing that I want to see us try to strive for is budget neutrality to the county's general fund. I don't think we want to become a parking agency that we're supporting the enforcement, because it doesn't matter what you sign, what you do, how it's set up. Someone's got to go out there and check, and someone's got to be, keeping order, as it were. And are people parking in the right areas? Is it being used for the right purpose? Are they oversend their stay? If they haven't paid for the space by phone or whatever, you actually still need a physical person to ticket them. And so looking to budget neutrality has got to be a major principle for this. And then seeing it integrated. I love George bringing up the airport, and I think it could relate to the airport. When you look at the projected numbers of parking spaces at the airport, that was one of the biggest things that gave us pause on the master plan, either the expense of undergrounding significant amount of parking or having it off-site. But between rental cars, passengers, people parking for long-term while they're away on a flight, we were short with the physical capacities of the airport to hold it all. The idea has often been floated, and I'm not saying we're anywhere near this, but to have a cut and cover 2-level parking garage similar to the Aspen Meadows tennis court. So it's only one other layer. You don't need ventilation systems. They're not the expense of going underground. But there might be an opportunity for that for the airport in the future, as well. And so, as we need it. So I see just a lot of good opportunities, and as Michael has said, a lot of kind of overreaching questions should be thought about first as we funnel down to the actual management plan. I do know at the end of the day, I want whatever signage is out there to be attractive and clear, you know. I just want people.
We haven't gotten to how we're going to use it yet, and she's already
I know,
designing the sign.
but that matters, you know. It's got to be attractive and clear to people. Am I in the right zone? Am I not in the right zone? Who do I call? Whatever. So, and then again, I think really integrating with RAFTA so we understand what RAFTA believes its transit needs are there, and how to make those transit spaces available year-round. So those are the types of things I would want to look at. And I don't know, I'll let you, John, and Brian noodle over it a little first, whether this is something we'd like to see our staff get together first and create a format for a larger 2 or 3 hour discussion with all the partners, maybe, or do we go straight to the discussion with 2 or 3 partners as opposed to
The city's already at the table, right?
Yes.
They're at the table in terms of us asking and contracting with them to manage it, but not necessarily about the integration with it with our larger transportation plans. Michael and then Steve.
Well, I think that's right. We have to ask, how can this be of service to the community? Just, and Brian's outlined some of the services, right, construction. But I think we don't actually know. I mean, Patty's outlined some services, you've outlined. Whether it's governed by the record of decision, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so.
I'm not saying governed, I'm saying guided. It might inform us.
Well, but this was condemned after the...
Yes, we need to look at the condemnation again if we're expanding the uses to airport and parking garages. And
So but it is interesting. I mean, this is a real asset to the community. It's underutilized now just on a natural basis for some reason. What is that reason? So there's the chiropractor and some RVs, and that's it. That's kind of strange, right? So now we're talking signage and everything. When we're not even sure. Look at see this spiders come down to join the conversation.
Where?
It's right in the middle of the
Jesus.
middle of the room here, right?
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah, pick that up, grassroots.
Blowing the breeze. You can see the breeze. These are wind gauge.
So, and I think the ski company needs to be there. So,
Yes.
because if we were to have 30 spots that are dedicated to RAFTA, that's going to impact their winter usage there. So,
Look at him go.
Yeah. So there's a lot of partners, I think, that need to be pulled into this. It's a larger discussion. We should get as much factual background as we can and brainstorm the possibilities, as Michael has put it, for the greatest community good. Steve?
Yeah, I didn't bring up the record of decision, but I mean, I would be in favor of extending the 4-lane portion to the Owl Creek Road, so then people could get in there. Then put a smart sign by the Intercept parking lot at Brush Creek. If the Buttermilk parking lot is full, people would know right there, and they could pull into the Intercept lot. So the 2 lots could work in tandem. But to make it work, you would need to extend the 4-lane a little bit further beyond.
And widen the bridge and...
Yeah, so there'd be some cost, and it involves the record of decision.
Yeah. Well,
So-
again, I wasn't talking about reopening it. I was just I wanted to get the statistics and the data that came from it that drove the decisions in the record of decision.
Yeah, but looking, way down the road, if we're going to make it work, I think that would have to be done. Also, looking at the fee structure, if we are charging for the use of portions of the Buttermilk parking lot, you need to make it less expensive than for somebody to just go into Aspen Park, because then there'd be no incentive for them to go to Buttermilk if they were being charged for the parking there.
Okay. I see George and then Patty, but just a small footnote on that. A lot of the construction vehicles are not parking in downtown Aspen, too. They're clogging county roadways in county areas. So those guys can park for free if they're parking, or a permit through ComDev, and they're supposed to be limited.
They're supposed to be on site, too.
They're supposed to be. So, it's not just City of Aspen construction vehicles. But George is up next, then Patty.
Yeah, 2 things. One, I agree with Michael's comments. This is an amenity that we have that is being underutilized, and we should find some beneficial uses. My question is, as we're looking at the redevelopment of the intercept lot, have we had any, I can't recall if we've had any discussions in terms of long-term parking or fees or things like that as part of that redevelopment?
There was a parking plan I presented like a year ago that had that in there, but we haven't taken the steps to modify how that lease works with CDOT at this time. But I believe that there's opportunity there. It's an underutilized resource as well. Just to further a little bit, I talked to Myers Crane about parking cranes here, and their crane weighs 110,000 pounds, and they would like to have 4 cranes here all the time. I don't know that I want to put cranes on that asphalt, but at the intercept lot where we have a dirt parking lot, that could be a good place.
Yeah, so it seems like it should be more of a comprehensive look at both of these areas, and as much as we can work with CDOT, or if it ever comes to pass that we're able to actually purchase that from CDOT, that will give us a little more flexibility, but to look sort of as a broader, comprehensive look at how can we best utilize both areas and meet the needs for the community.
Absolutely.
And George, because of your comment, you're really bringing up the visual aspects, which I want to compliment you on including in the memo, that there is an aesthetic appearance of this. And as Michael's brought up many times about the impact of poor aesthetic experience over, the view plane over to the Brush Creek Intercept lot. So I don't think any of us are talking about creating an anything goes and, maximization. I really am not sure about the commercial vehicles of that sort of magnitude. We'd have to really get a good sense of that before we okay it. Patty?
Yeah, I'm in no way saying that we should park for transit users, people who are going to park there. I mean, that's the incentive for them to park and ride the bus or walk or ride their bikes. I don't want to start the City of Aspen parking fee fiasco at that lot for people who are choosing not to drive their cars into town.
I don't think.
What do you mean, Patty? No fees for the transit users?
No fees for the transit users.
I mean, I think, one way to start it is no fees for anybody, and just see how it gets used and have designated areas, whatever it is.
That's
then
a thought.
Gradually, but transit users probably not.
No, definitely not.
I would agree with that, and think at least until a point at which you see RAFTA potentially needing to charge for some of its parking lots in order to expand its parking lots throughout the entire system. But that is why RAFTA needs to be part of the discussion. But again, I have to say, unless we're saying we're going to absorb the cost of enforcement into the county general fund, we need to look at how to make it revenue neutral. And I think the cost you had currently was close to $48,000.
That's correct.
And that would be about what it would cost to manage it in the course of a year. So we do want to keep the fiscal note in front of our minds as well.
That's why Michael's point makes good sense. Don't charge for the first year to see the use, because we might find out we're not having enough use to pay for the enforcement, so we would end up sucking it up in the general fund because we wouldn't have the revenue coming in. So that's a really good point.
I think it's an ability for the community to say, we'll use this, or that use isn't necessary. I mean, that's what you'd want, rather than, you don't want an interference of fees getting in the way of how the parking lot's going to be used. Yeah. Aspen never charged for parking, right? And then gradually it started to charge for parking, and then gradually. So there's an evolution to parking fees and to parking fee necessity.
Right.
I'm not sure we've reached it at Buttermilk yet, because what Brian said, it's underutilized. Yeah. So why would you charge for an underutilized portion? You'd want to make it attractive somehow to utilize it.
But he's also saying that there's illegal uses going on there, so we have to do something.
But even that's minor, right? It's not like it's covered with illegal uses. There's some tiny little.
I think we're almost getting into the work session that we want to have about it to really fully understand all the dynamics there. I think the other thing you're really seeing is a lot of overflow parking from affordable housing that's underparked. So whether it's Burlingame seasonal parking across the way, and those folks theoretically shouldn't be having that second car or shouldn't have a car. So I think we need to really take a hard look at it, because no matter what, you're still going to be cleaning the lot. You're going to be making sure there's not trash and debris. There's going to be expenses. And I just know how carefully we looked through our budget a few minutes ago, earlier this morning, on every line item, and I don't want to create a liability. I'm not opposed to it, and I fully agree that there shouldn't be a charge for transit users and day users, but if we're getting to a point where someone's going to be able to park their RV for 2 months because it's a good utilization and they're not allowed to park it up at the Hunter Creek parking lot, is that really what we're managing it for? Is it going to be toy storage for trailers and snowmobiles and horse trailers? And, because if once we put that open up, we don't care. You can leave it here all summer. We want to utilize it fully, and then we're going to get back into those visual aspects for the community and the neighborhood of what does it look like and how do we keep it clean. So I'm open to all the alternatives. I do want to see the and I understand the principle of let's see how we can make it more utilized, but it really needs to be integrated into our mass transit and transportation programs and not become a storage lot for cars that don't work or other activities or folks saying, okay, I can have a third car now because I can always park it out there.
Okay, now we're getting into the meat of the work session.
Yeah, so
Well, I think it is. I like the discussion because it's at Woody Creek, for instance, there's an enormous amount of parking, essentially on county right-of-way, because there's not enough space within the trailer park, the mobile home park itself. So. It's
or the tavern.
it's well, the tavern's a whole different deal. So, but I'm talking about I'm trying to address what you were.
Yeah.
It's a reflection that yes, indeed, there are people who park their extra vehicles somewhere else at someone else's expense, not their own, right? So that's part of parking.
So. Sounds like we're going to have a pretty big transportation and parking discussion, and we'll leave it a little bit to staff to try to pull together the right partners we've talked about. The one linkage I think we need to make early on is to at least talk to Ralph Trapani and that group and let them know that we're trying to look at how does this fit into the mass transit future.
We will do that. We have a meeting with them on Thursday.
Michael?
I think one of the problems with the Ralph Trapani study is that it's about zones of where you're going. This is not going to show up. So you're going to have to extrapolate. If they go to this place, could they also go to Buttermilk? So it's not going to be particularly helpful, except in terms of numbers or something.
His stuff will show the cell phone use. So if you went from
but
Missouri
they're not
Heights and
stopping
parked
here.
there.
They're not stopping.
But it'll show that if they are.
But what we're saying is underutilized to begin with. So
yeah.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what
I
Ralph
was just
said
hoping they could say we could see how this could fit into the program in 10 years from now. That's what
they should be able to tell us.
The other thing is that in terms of Raptors parking, they purchased parking as best they could, which was, and they knew from the very beginning it wasn't enough parking, because to get enough parking, they would have had to apply for a $100 million grant, which they wouldn't have gotten. So they applied for a smaller grant. So they did the best they could. I think what's in the future is not for RAFTA to supply any more parking, but for municipalities and jurisdictions to supply that. So this is a first step for Pickens County to say, we understand you have a parking problem, RAFTA, a transit problem, and we're going to participate in it. Basalt, Carbondale, all those other places are going to have to probably do it on their own because we're having trouble funding our buses.
Yeah,
understood.
Fear
is mud, huh, Rev?
Yeah, no, this is a great discussion. This is exactly what I wanted, so thank you. I would like to say a couple things. One is I really appreciate the comment about bringing the airport in. The record of decision designated 3,600 spaces at the airport. So they need to be part of this remote parking plan. Parking is going to be an emerging issue for this board. There is pressure from the community to use these resources more fully, both at Buttermilk and at Brush Creek. If we lifted the day parking only at Buttermilk, that lot would be full all summer. Mm-hmm. The only thing that's keeping the lot from being not full is the day parking only designation. and people voluntarily obeying that at this point.
Those who do. Can I just, but also we need to look at the condemnation to see if there's any restrictions for airport parking on that property per that condemnation requirement, because there might be.
Yeah, and I will be I'll be clear with the attorney's office, and we will have a legal opinion on how we can use the lot. So we'll make sure of that.
The condemnation was very
Yeah,
specific.
and to be clear, I think the record of decision was something in the airport area. It wasn't specific. It was Buttermilk Airport, and that was not the airport study. That was the record of decision study.
That's correct.
So it was just a blob on a map that within this area, to maintain those transit goals in Aspen, you're going to need to intercept X many, and that may have been before Brush Creek was actually purchased, which then became part of that many, but it wasn't as close in as original plans said there should be one.
The other interesting thing is if you consider BRT a shuttle, say from Buttermilk to the airport, or from the intercept lot to the airport, we've put the shuttle in before we have the parking lots, which is a very unusual approach.
Leave it to us, right?
And we will soon have an underpass there, so we'll see a lot of things coming together at the same time. Any other questions or comments, or Brian, did you have any more for us?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Very good. I think I left my agenda back over on my other seat.
We are done.
Is that it? Did anyone else have anything else for the good of the order? All right, well, how about a motion to adjourn?
Well, we're done.
We're done. Good.
We're here tomorrow. Thanks, Grassroots.
Thank you, Grassroots.
somehow.